Chapter 407 with sky split in hand. Your concubine? And Nanjing gazed at him while seeming to be no sure of what he said, and she asked once more in a drawn-out voice. Her voice was extremely calm, and it was like she was talking with a friend. Luo Feng nodded while the burning desire in his eyes seemed material. He said, "You were bound to be mine since the moment I saw you. No matter which sect you're from, they'll definitely get you." His voice was filled with heroic spirit, and it was extremely resolute. And Nanjing's appearance wasn't drop-dead gorgeous, and it could only be considered to be superior. However, her composed and confident bearing was unique. It was exactly that bearing which made her possess unparalleled charm, and such charm was sufficient to move the heart of any man. However, when they thought about Nanjing's natural talent and strength, the countless tempted profounders in the surroundings felt deep helplessness and inferiority. Because if it was in terms of strength and natural talent, then Yang Yi was probably the only one amongst the younger generation who was worthy of her. Meanwhile, one of the beautiful women by Luo Feng's side suddenly said to Nanjing, "Why aren't you thanking His Royal Highness? Being able to receive his favor is a form of fortune that you've accumulated for 3 generations. From today onward, regardless of whether it's cultivation techniques, combat techniques, or cultivation resources, you'll have an endless supply of them all. Even inner court disciples of the 9th rank sects don't receive such treatment." Another woman said, "Moreover, if you please His Royal Highness, then you can even obtain his guidance. His Royal Highness is a 4th rank spirit realm expert, and he had even slaughtered a peak spirit realm expert in the past. Huh, what are you still standing there for? Quickly come over and serve His Royal Highness." And Nanjing's eyes had instantly lit up when she heard that Luo Feng had killed a peak spirit realm expert, and she said, "Are you very strong?" Luo Feng instantly smiled complacently when he heard this, and he said in his heart, "So she was actually that easy to deal with. I was even prepared to take her by force." He immediately nodded and acted humble. "Not at all, I'm just ordinary. However, I'm just invincible within the spirit realm. Am still inferior to Exalt realm experts." "You're invincible within the spirit realm?" And Nanjing's brows raised as she said, "How about you take a punch of mine? If you're still able to stand here on this arena after you do, then I'll spare your life, all right?" Luo Feng was stunned, and then he roared with laughter. "This woman is truly too interesting. She's merely a 2nd-rank spirit realm profounder, yet she actually dares to boast like that to me?" He immediately spread his arms and didn't put up any defenses as he said, "Come, I'll take a punch from you, and I won't defend against it." When Yang Yi and the others heard Luo Feng, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch, and even Qian Huan and the other representatives were no exception. He's going to take a punch from her without defending himself? Is there something wrong with him in the head? They'd only heard of people who court death, but they'd witnessed a living example right now. And Nanjing nodded slightly. In the next moment, she vanished on the spot, and then her fist suddenly blasted onto Luo Feng's stomach. In an instant, the smile on his face froze. To be more precise, the smile on his face had frozen at the instant and Nanjing attacked because her strength was obvious when she attacked. It was at that moment that he knew head fucked up. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. When Nanjing's fist smashed onto Luo Feng's stomach, his eyes had instantly opened wide, and then his figure curled forward as it flew backward. Mouthful after mouthful of blood sprayed incessantly out of Luo Feng as he flew through the air, and he finally crashed to the ground after flying for almost 300 m. Moreover, he smashed open a deep pit on the ground. Too weak. And Nanjing shook her head slowly as she walked towards the Luo Feng. The 4 women by Luo Feng's side were flabbergasted, and they were instantly shocked when they saw Nanjing walk towards Luo Feng. Their figures flashed to obstruct Nanjing's path while a terrifying aura erupted from them. The spectators in the surroundings were shocked because all 4 women were actually spirit realm experts. One of them pointed her finger at Nanjing and said furiously, "You actually dared to injure His Royal Highness. You are dead no matter who you are. Your family and sect are." The woman hadn't finished speaking when Nanjing had vanished on the spot, and she was already behind the woman when she appeared again. At the same time, and Nanjing's fist had smashed down upon the woman's back before the clear and melodious sound of bones breaking resounded. The woman's body seemed as if it had been broken in half, and her figure was blasted flying while maintaining a weird shape. There was no further movement or sound from her upon crashing to the ground. "I don't like being threatened." And Nanjing glanced indifferently at the woman, and then she turned around and walked towards Luo Feng. The spectators were astounded, especially the three remaining women. At this moment, they were shocked to the extreme because Nanjing had instantly annihilated a spirit realm profounder. My God, who exactly is this woman? Yang Yi was delighted in his heart as he watched this from the side. Because Luo Feng had come to look for trouble with him, yet Luo Feng had offended this battle addict, and Nanjing, and he felt that it couldn't be any better to have a Nanjing to help deal with Luo Feng. The other three women were astounded when they noticed that a Nanjing actually intended to kill Luo Feng because they didn't dare allow Luo Feng to die just like that. However, they didn't dare step forward to stop a Nanjing as well. One of the women flashed over to the 9 dragons, and then she gazed at a Nanjing as she said in a ghastly voice, "Kill her." Roar. The dragons instantly let out a deafening and furious roar as they shot straight down towards a Nanjing. And Nanjing stopped moving and raised her head to gaze at the dragons while her eyes narrowed slightly, and then she flipped her palm and Sky Split appeared there. The profound energy within her body surged as countless strands of profound energy poured swiftly into Sky Split. The hearts of the spectators shuddered when they saw a Nanjing withdraw Sky Split. They knew that she was really infuriated. How terrifying was a Nanjing when she held Sky Split in hand? They didn't know the answer to that before this, but they knew now. And Nanjing's figure flashed and charged into the sky while she suddenly tapped Sky Split at the enormous dragon in the lead. Sky Split had merely come into contact with its heart when a light crack immediately resounded, and the scale at the tip of her spear had immediately split apart. Moreover, the crack was spreading towards the surroundings at a visible speed, and it only took less than 2 breaths of time for the scales throughout that enormous dragon to crack apart and fall off. And Nanjing's figure flashed once more. She arrived before the second dragon before she tapped once more with her spear. In less than 15 minutes, all 9 dragons had fallen from the sky. The spectators gasped when they saw the corpses of these dragons because the bodies of those dragons had actually cracked apart, and these cracks were so numerous like spiderwebs. At this moment, Yang Yi had a solemn expression as well because a Nanjing who held Sky Split in her hand was truly extremely terrifying. How many people in the spirit realm can resist a single strike of her spear? Yang Yi felt no fear, and only his blood seethed. At this moment, he was slightly unable to restrain himself from having the impulse to fight her properly to his heart's content. A genius favored by the gods. A true genius favored by the gods. Qian Huan said in a low voice, "If she's given the time to grow, then she'll definitely be another existence like the Sword Sect's founding ancestor. The exalted Han Empire is truly unfortunate. 10,000 years ago, it offended the Sword Sect's founding ancestor and made him kill his way to their imperial palace, causing the exalted Han Empire to suffer huge losses and not dare speak of uniting the various territories anymore. Now, 10,000 years later, it has offended the martial god of this era. Haha. Looks like the heavens really refused to bless the exalted Han Empire." The other 3 women who arrived here with Luo Feng were completely stunned. Even though these dragons aren't pure-blooded, they are still dragons. Moreover, they are dragons at the spirit rank. But they were killed by that woman just like that? Is she really not an Exalt Realm expert? If she's only a spirit realm profounders, then they didn't dare continue on this train of thought. Meanwhile, Luo Feng had crawled out from the pit, and the corners of his eyes instantly twitched violently when he saw the corpses of those 9 dragons. Because he'd spent a huge amount of wealth in order to obtain them, but they'd perished just like that. At this moment, even his heart felt like it was bleeding. "You weren't able to withstand my punch. So, you must die." And Nanjing held Sky Split in her hand as she walked slowly towards Luo Feng. "Do you know who I am?" There wasn't even a trace of a smile on Luo Feng's face, and there was only solemnness. "It doesn't matter to me at all." And Nanjing stopped when she was around 20 m away from Luo Feng, and then she suddenly raised her head towards the sky and said, "Hell really die if you still refuse to show yourself." The others in the surroundings were shocked. Luo Feng has help? On the other hand, Yang Yes brows knit together while his expression turned unprecedentedly solemn. Chapter 408 Xiao Tianji. As expected of the martial god, what a formidable divine sense. At this moment, a gray-robed old man suddenly appeared in front of Luo Feng. After he descended to the ground, the old man gazed at Luo Feng and shook his head as he said, "Why can't you change that bad habit of yours? If you don't, then you'll be destroyed because of your own doing one day." Luo Feng remained silent. At this moment, he knew who had offended. It was the martial god of this era. Perhaps the martial god's present strength wasn't capable of threatening the exalted Han Empire right now, but what about the future? Needless to say, Head bit off more than he could chew and offended an extraordinary expert for the exalted Han Empire. The old man turned around to gaze at Nanjing, and then he said, "We have no intention to become enemies with you. That incident from before was our mistake. You've already killed 9 dragons and an attendant, so how about we let the matter rest?" "No," Nanjing said. "I really can't kill him with you protecting him. But don't worry, we'll be able to kill him one day. The exalted Han Empire? One day, I and Nanjing will head over and pay it a visit." As soon as she finished speaking, Nanjing turned around and walked towards the combat arena. When they heard Nanjing, the expressions of Luo Feng and the old man had instantly changed. Nanjing's words had transformed enmity between just her and Luo Feng into enmity that was between 2 powers. Head over to pay the exalted Han Empire a visit? If an ordinary person had spoken these words, then the 2 of them would definitely scoff at it, and they wouldn't take it seriously even if it was a monarch realm expert who spoke these words. However, the weight it carried was completely different when it was spoken by the martial god. A wisp of killing intent flashed through the depths of the old man's eyes. Right at this moment, Nanjing suddenly stopped and said, "I'm not killing him now merely out of consideration for my clan. After all, my clan has even more important affairs to attend to, and it doesn't have any residual strength to engage with your exalted Han Empire. It's not because I can't kill him, understand?" The old man's heart shook as he said, "And Nanjing, you're from the Yin clan." At this moment, there was no killing intent in his eyes anymore, and there was only fear and shock. And Nanjing didn't answer the old man. She walked up the arena, and then she glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Staying alive is the most important." She immediately walked off to the side and fell silent after she spoke those words. Yang Yi rubbed his nose. He was naturally aware that staying alive was the most important. However, would they let him live? Head killed the crown prince of the exalted Han Empire, and Head even refined the crown prince into a puppet. So, how could they possibly let him off? Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and he sized Yang Yi up before he said, "Your strength is pretty good. You've actually cultivated the sword Dao to such an extent at such a young age. No wonder you were able to kill Mu Jun. Mu Jun's death can be attributed to his lack of strength, and it was fate. My exalted Han Empire has no desire to avenge him. However, the Mortal Emperor Armor, Mortal Emperor Seal, and Immortal Binding Rope are precious treasures of my exalted Han Empire, so you must hand them over. Besides that, it's said that others witnessed you taking Mu Jun's corpse. Even though he's dead, he's still the crown prince of my exalted Han Empire, so how can his corpse possibly fall to the hands of an outside? Hand it over as well." His voice was flat, yet it carried an indisputable tone. Yang Yi turned around to look at Qian Huan, and he said, "Senior, there's nothing wrong with taking the possessions of the other party to the battles during the Hidden Dragon rankings, right? Moreover, the Hidden Dragon rankings hasn't come to an end right now, yet someone has openly threatened a participant in the rankings. Could it be that this isn't a violation of the rules?" The gray-robed old man laughed coldly when he heard Yang Yi, and then a wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of his mouth. Qian Huan pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "You're right. It isn't wrong to take the possessions of the other party to the battles in the Hidden Dragon rankings. It's your right to take your opponent's possessions. However, the Hidden Dragon rankings have come to an end now, so it's a private matter between you and them. I have no authority or reason to interfere." Actually, the decision of whether it had ended was entirely dependent on him. If he had the intention to protect Yang Yi, then the hidden dragon rankings would be considered to have not ended yet and vice versa. Protect Yang Yi? What reason did he have to do that? He had none. Yang Yi immediately laughed coldly when he heard this. As expected, all rules are useless before formidable strength. Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man said, "You originally just had to hand over those 3 treasures of my exalted Han Empire. But I've changed my mind now. You have to hand over everything that belonged to Mu Jun. Of course, you can refuse, but you'll definitely be unable to bear the consequences of that decision. As expected of the exalted Han Empire, you truly are overbearing." Right at this moment, light laughter suddenly resounded, and then a middle-aged man who leaned on a walking stick and had a piece of white cloth covering his eyes had appeared here. Xiao Tianji. The expressions of Qian Huan, the gray-robed old man, and the representatives from the other sects had immediately changed. The name Xiao Tianji could be said to be extremely renowned throughout the continent. Besides the mysterious and unfathomable strength he possessed, Xiao Tianji was famous because he could predict the future and see through the workings of the heavens. His ability to see through the workings of the heavens was the real reason he was terrifying. Moreover, his wisdom was terrifyingly shocking as well. Even though the people of the continent respected the strong, when one's wisdom had arrived at a certain level, then that person could kill imperceptibly, because their schemes would very likely cause one to offend numerous others without even realizing it and gain numerous enemies. So, even if the Shao clan had never had more than 3 members throughout history, it had been able to survive in the continent for 10,000 years. It was none other than because no power dared to rashly offend the Shao clan. Conversely, many powers even tried to stay on friendly terms with the Shao clan, because just a single word from the Shao clan might be able to allow their sects to escape calamity. However, the members of the Shao clan had always been elusive, so Qian Huan and the others wondered why Xiao Tianji would make an appearance in the ancient battlefield. Xiao Tianji paid no attention to the gray-robed old man, and he walked slowly towards Yang Yi instead. Yang Yi frowned when he saw this middle-aged man walk towards him. Even though the middle-aged man's eyes were covered by a piece of white cloth, Yang Yi had the feeling that the middle-aged man could see him, and this feeling of his was extremely strong. Xiao Tianji nodded lightly to Yang Yi, and then he said, "Not bad. You're like a brilliant blade with condensed sword intent. An extraordinary genius in the sword Dao indeed. Oh, right. I forget to introduce myself. I'm Yushi's father, your future father-in-law." "That's correct, right?" "Yushi's father? My future father-in-law?" Yang Yi was instantly stunned. This middle-aged man is Xiao Yushi's father? But future father-in-law? He suddenly thought about everything that had happened between them. Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment, and then he bowed to the middle-aged man and said, "Father-in-law." Since he dared to act, then he dared to bear the consequences of his actions. Since their relationship had already come to that, how could he possibly be worthy of Xiao Yushi if he were to act hesitantly and feign ignorance when her father had come looking for him? A wisp of a smile instantly arose on the corners of Xiao Tianji's mouth when he heard how Yang Yi addressed him, and then he said, "Very good. Yushi didn't misjudge you. Do you know that if you used any excuses to avoid it, then regardless of how reasonable those excuses were, there would be no need for those fellows from the exalted Han Empire to make a move against you because I would have killed you myself. Fortunately, you didn't disappoint me, and you didn't disappoint Yushi." Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he heard this. So this father-in-law of mine actually had the intention to kill me. Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man said in a low voice, "Xiao Tianji, my exalted Han Empire and your Shao clan has always stayed out of each other's business. Could it be that you intend to become enemies with my exalted Han Empire this time?" Xiao Tianji turned around and said to the gray-robed old man, "You're the exalted Han Empire's Luo Yan, right? So what if I am?" The gray-robed old man spoke in a cold voice. Xiao Tianji shook his head and said, "Out of consideration for how difficult it was to attain your realm of cultivation, they'll give you a piece of advice. Return to the exalted Han Empire right now, and do it at the quickest speed you can muster. Otherwise, you'll never be able to return there again. As for my son-in-law, you don't have to worry about him. His life isn't destined to end. At the very least, it isn't destined to end today because I'm here." The gray-robed old man's expression instantly became unsightly. If it was anyone else who said that he might perish today, then he would definitely scoff at it. But it wasn't the same when these words were spoken by Xiao Tianji. The gray-robed old man hesitated for a short while before a wisp of a ruthless expression flashed through his eyes. He said, "Xiao Tianji, could it be that you thought that I would fall for it and leave obediently? Let me tell you that you were mistaken. If that fellow, Yang Yi, doesn't hand over those 3 treasures of my exalted Han Empire, then he'll definitely be unable to leave the ancient battlefield." Xiao Tianji shook his head and said, "It's too late for you to leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, an unexpected event occurred. Chapter 409 Doom. A black-clothed figure suddenly appeared behind Luo Yan. The figure had appeared soundlessly just like that, and then a strand of cold light instantly arrived at Luo Yan's neck. The hairs on Luo Yan's entire body stood on end. As a Monarch Realm expert, his reaction wasn't slow at all, and he instantly appeared 300 m away. However, that black-clothed figure followed closely behind him. Luo Yan was horrified because he noticed that the black-clothed person was at least at the 3rd rank of the Monarch Realm, or even higher. But he had merely stepped foot into the Monarch Realm not too long ago. So, how could he be a match for a 3rd-rank Monarch Realm expert? Especially when it was a 3rd-rank Monarch Realm assassin? Luo Yan had the intention to retreat when he figures all of this out, but that thought had just appeared in his heart when a dagger had swept past his neck, and then his figure stiffened on the spot. There was disbelief in his eyes as he said, "You're the assassin sovereign." Luo Yan was dead after he finished speaking these words. Besides Xiao Tianji, the expressions of all the other profounders had changed when they heard Luo Yan's last words, and their gazes were filled with fear and terror as they gazed at the black-clothed figure. A few hundred years ago, the Assassin Sovereign was a title that made countless experts in the entire continent reveal fear from merely mentioning the title. It was a legend, a true legend, because according to rumor, besides those extraordinary seniors who lived in seclusion, there was no other existence that the Assassin Sovereign couldn't kill. Perhaps it was a rumor to many profounders, but those representatives of the various sects were very clearly aware that it wasn't a rumor at all. It was a fact, because a 5th-rank Monarch Realm expert of the Central Territory had perished at her hand. Besides that 5th-rank Monarch Realm expert, many other experts had perished at the hands of the Assassin Sovereign, and all of those experts were at the Monarch Realm. The reason this assassin had attained the title of Assassin Sovereign was because Shed assassinated the sect master of a 7th-rank sect, and it caused a 6th-rank Monarch Realm senior of that sect to leave his secluded cultivation to pursue her. However, the outcome was that the senior at the 6th rank of the Monarch Realm had perished. From that moment onward, the title of Assassin Sovereign had appeared on the continent. Yang Yi's brows knit together tightly. He didn't know anything about the Assassin Sovereign, and he merely knew that he recognized the black-clothed figure, because the black-clothed figure was the very same black-clothed figure who was always by Enbira's side. He knew that the black-clothed figure was very strong, but he hadn't imagined that the black-clothed figure would actually be that formidable. After all, a Monarch Realm expert had actually perished just like that in a few breaths of time. Besides that, Yang Yi wondered if it was Enbira's orders to kill Luo Yan. After she killed Luo Yan, the black-clothed figure turned around to look at Nanjing. Even though everyone couldn't see her face, they were able to sense that she was looking at Nanjing. Before long, the black-clothed figure walked slowly towards Nanjing. The others in the surroundings were shocked when they witnessed this scene. Could the Assassin Sovereign be intending to kill the martial god, Nanjing? Nanjing's expression was calm and tranquil. The black-clothed figure stopped upon arriving around 20 m away from Nanjing, and she gazed at Nanjing for a short while before she suddenly said, "I'm really unable to stop myself from wanting to kill you on many occasions, because if you were to mature, then no one beneath this sky can stop you. At that time, you'll definitely be a calamity to my clan. But I know that I can't kill you, and I even have to protect you on many occasions, because you might be the clan's last hope." The black-clothed figure's words were slightly conflicting, and outsiders might be confused upon hearing it. However, Nanjing wasn't, because the first clan she spoke of was the Southern clan, and the second clan she spoke of included both the clans. Nanjing said, "I don't want to bother about the matters within the clan, nor am I interested in it. All of that is meaningless, don't you think?" The black-clothed figure stared at Nanjing for a short while before she said, "If you appeared 100 years earlier, then I would definitely kill you before you matured. But as you said, those trivial matters within the clan are meaningless now." As soon as she finished speaking, the black-clothed figure's gaze descended onto Yang Yi as she said, "No matter how mysterious you are or who is protecting you, they'll definitely take your life if you dare to betray and disappoint her." As soon as she finished speaking, she instantly vanished on the spot. Yang Yi smiled bitterly when he heard this. He naturally understood who that her referred to. Now, he was finally certain that it should have been Bairu who had ordered the black-clothed figure to make an appearance here and kill Luo Yan. So, Yang Yi's heart felt warm when he thought up to here. As if Head thought of something, Yang Yi raised his head to gaze at Luo Feng. He hadn't forgotten that this fellow had come to look for trouble with him. Now that Luo Yan was dead, this fellow didn't have anyone else to rely on, so it was the best opportunity to kill Luo Feng. However, Xiao Tianji suddenly said when Yang Yi was about to act, "Spare his life for now." "Why?" Yang Yi was puzzled. Xiao Tianji said, "You had sufficient reason to kill Mu Jun, and Luo Yan's death isn't related to you at all. So, the exalted Han Empire doesn't have an excuse or reason to look for trouble with you while I'm by your side. At least not openly. However, if you kill him, then the exalted Han Empire will have sufficient reason to openly act against you. Even though your current strength isn't bad, it's still too weak when facing the exalted Han Empire." Yang Yi hesitated for a short while and didn't attack in the end. In the near future, he would definitely enter into conflict with the powers of the Southern Territory upon returning there. So, it was undoubtedly unwise to offend the exalted Han Empire right now. However, he couldn't let Luo Feng go just like that. Otherwise, wouldn't have Luo Feng got off too easily? "Hand your spatial ring over, and I'll let you leave with your life. Don't even try to spout nonsense if you don't want to die." Yang Yi's sword intent sprayed out and locked onto Luo Feng. His sharp and fierce sword intent was seemingly material as it raged throughout the surroundings, and it caused Luo Feng's expression to instantly change. Now, he finally believed that Mu Jun had died at Yang Yi's hands. Not to mention anything else, just Yang Yi's sword intent was something he had no choice but to fear. Sword cultivators who had comprehended sword intent were existences that no profounder didn't fear, especially when they were in the same realm of cultivation. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed when he saw Luo Feng remain silent, and then Dragonbone appeared in his grasp. He wouldn't hesitate to swing his sword if Luo Feng refused. As for the exalted Han Empire, he didn't really care, because in any case, he didn't believe they would let him go. After all, Head killed the Emperor's son. Luo Feng's eyelids twitched when he saw Yang Yi withdraw his sword. Obviously, he hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually arouse killing intent towards him. Is this fellow not afraid of the exalted Han Empire's revenge? As for his spatial ring, he naturally wouldn't give it up. After all, if he did, then he would lose face for the exalted Han Empire, and he couldn't bear the responsibility for such a crime. Right when Yang Yi was about to attack, Xiao Tianji shook his head and waved his hand. The spatial ring Luo Feng wore instantly flew into his palm, and he tossed it to Yang Yi before he said to Luo Feng, "Do you still intend to stay?" Luo Feng glanced coldly at Yang Yi, and then he led those three beauties along as he turned around and left. Yang Yi grunted coldly, and then he nodded lightly towards the crowd. After that, a black shadow instantly vanished from amidst the crowd. He couldn't kill Luo Feng in the open, but it shouldn't be a problem if it were done in secret. So, he naturally intended to seize this opportunity and annihilate Luo Feng. After all, Yang Yi was one who refused to set his enemies free to breed a calamity for the future. Xiao Tianji looked at Qian Huan and said indifferently, "Elder Qian, the hidden dragon rankings has come to an end. So, Begin the ceremony and allow the karmic luck to be bestowed upon these young geniuses. Qian Huan glanced at Xiao Tianji, and he was very puzzled in his heart. Why would Xiao Tianji possibly betroth his daughter to Yang Yi? With his strength, he should be able to discern Yang Yi's lifespan. Since he can discern it, then why has he still acted in this way? Moreover, he didn't hesitate to offend a colossus like the exalted Han Empire for Yang Yi. Qian Huan was unable to figure it out. He shook his head before he raised his hands in front of him, and then a strand of strange energy suddenly appeared in the surroundings. After that, the ground in the distance suddenly split apart before an enormous white dragon suddenly shot into the sky from beneath the ground. The profounders on the arena instantly became extremely excited upon catching sight of the enormous white dragon, because after this period of battles, it was finally the time for them to reap the fruits of their labor. At this moment, Yang Yi was quite excited as well because Xiao Yushi could finally awaken for real. Moreover, his mother, younger sister, and Qingshi could obtain the blessings of karmic luck as well. Their fates should improve slightly once they obtain karmic luck, right? Especially Mother and Little Yao. Chapter 410 White Dragon. The enormous white dragon looked down at all of them from midair. Its gaze moved incessantly through the crowd as if it was looking for something. Suddenly, its gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and then bewilderment and hesitation appeared in its eyes as it gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi frowned slightly as he gazed at the enormous dragon in midair. He kept having the feeling that it was looking at him, and that feeling was very strong. Could it be that it's attracted by the tiny vortex? Yang Yi suddenly thought of this. After all, regardless of whether it was to natural treasures of variant beasts like the little fellow, the tiny vortex was extremely attractive to them all. In short, there hadn't been anything that could resist the tiny vortex's charm until now. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he urged the tiny vortex to circulate, and then violet profound energy started circulating slowly. Right at this moment, the enormous pupils of the white dragon suddenly constricted violently, and then excitement and wild joy appeared in its eyes. Yang Yi was delighted when he witnessed this scene. As expected, the dragon vein is really attracted by the tiny vortex. Meanwhile, the enormous white dragon suddenly roared towards the crowd below it. In an instant, strands of white energy drifted down slowly from midair and descended onto them. As soon as the white energy came into contact with them, they instantly revealed an intoxicated expression. Yang Yi was filled with happiness when he sensed the white energy flowing into him. He knew that this was the karmic luck that others spoke of. However, he was puzzled because the white energy had vanished upon entering his body. In the beginning, he thought that it was the tiny vortex that did it, but when he checked the state of the tiny vortex, he noticed that the white energy wasn't present within the tiny vortex as well. However, he was able to sense that the white energy was still within his body. After a short while passed, Yang Yi shook his head. His head decided not to think about all of this. Xiao Yushi's figure appeared in his mind. As soon as he thought of Xiao Yushi, Yang Yi felt that like head lost something he possessed. Yang Yi was delighted by this feeling because he knew that it was really as Elder Mu had said. The karmic luck he received could be bestowed upon others. As the karmic luck was transferred incessantly to Xiao Yushi, Yang Yi noticed that there were slight changes in Xiao Yushi's state, and her pale hair was gradually transforming into a normal jet black color. Even though Xiao Tianji had an extremely calm expression as he stood at the side, Head unconsciously clenched his right fist tightly, and it clearly displayed how his heart wasn't calm at all. After around an hour passed, besides Yang Yi and Nanjing and Imoku, all the other profounders by their sides had completely consumed the karmic luck they received. They'd moved aside and were gazing at Yang Yi and the others with admiration. The karmic luck received by the top three would last for an entire 2 hours more than them. Especially the first. The karmic luck the first received would last for an entire 4 hours more than them. So, the amount of karmic luck he gained more than their own was countless times greater. After a very long time passed, only Yang Yi remained on the arena to receive the karmic luck from the enormous white dragon. As karmic luck flowed incessantly into Xiao Yushi's body, 90% of her white hair had already turned jet black. After around another 15 minutes passed, she gradually opened her eyes, and she was stunned for a moment. She turned to gaze at the little fellow who was enveloped by a barrier of violet light, and then she gazed at the surroundings while a dazed expression remained in her eyes. When she awoke that day, she'd been in Yang Ye's room, and she'd fallen unconscious there as well. So, Xiao Yushi was utterly unaware of the tiny vortex's existence. Now, when she woke up and noticed that she was in an unfamiliar environment and Yang Yi wasn't by her side, she couldn't help but feel slightly dazed and perturbed. Fortunately, she saw the little fellow, the violet mink. She knew that while this place was very strange, it was definitely safe. Because Yang Yi would definitely not place her and the little fellow in an unsafe place. But where is Yang Yi? Suddenly, she seemed to have sensed something, and she grabbed a strand of her hair and pulled it in front of her. Xiao Yushi was immediately stunned when she noticed that her hair was black in color. Yang Yi was filled with happiness when he saw Xiao Yushi wake up. Presently, the curse on Xiao Yushi had been negated by the karmic luck, so she would be able to obtain an increased lifespan if she was able to break through in her cultivation. As he gazed at Xiao Yushi, who seemed to be dazed within the tiny vortex, Yang Yi smiled before his mother, younger sister, and Bauer's images appeared in his mind. Of course, Su Qingshi, Qin Siya, and Embark's images had appeared in his mind as well. All of them could be said to be people he cared about, so he naturally hoped that they would possess great karmic luck and be blessed by the heavens. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned because his mother's image had abruptly vanished from his mind. While he was being bestowed with karmic luck, he knew that when he thought of the person who he wanted to share the karmic luck with, then he would be able to sense a very strange link between him and that person. That link was like a fine string that connected the two of them, and he had that exact same feeling when he shared karmic luck with Xiao Yushi just now. Yet now, that string between him and his mother. It should be said that there was no string at all. Why has this happened? Right at this moment, the scene before him suddenly changed, and he appeared within a gray and misty world. Yang Ye's expression changed. Right at this moment, a small white dragon appeared in front of Yang Yi, and Yang Yi was stunned upon catching sight of it, because it was actually exactly similar to the enormous dragon from before, and it was merely much smaller. Human, there's no need to be anxious. I carry no ill intent towards you. The small white dragon spoke in the human tongue, and it caused Yang Yi to be stunned once more. After a short while passed, Yang Yi suppressed the bewilderment and shock in his heart before he said, "You're the dragon vein?" The small white dragon nodded. "Where are we?" asked Yang Yi. The small white dragon said, "This is a consciousness zone I established, and we're communicating directly via our consciousness. The outside world is completely unaware of everything that's occurring here. Did you bring me in here because you had something to say to me?" Actually, Yang Yi already knew why the small dragon had brought him here. The dragon pondered deeply for a long while before it said, "Human, I sensed an aura that tempts me coming from you. I don't know what it is, but I do not doubt that it can improve my strength. Or perhaps I should say that you can help me." "I can help you? What do you mean?" Yang Yi was puzzled. The dragon fell silent for a short while before it revealed a ferocious expression and said, "I've been imprisoned here for countless years. I've been enslaved here by your human race, and am forced to ceaselessly provide karmic luck to your human race. Ha! Greedy humans! You'll suffer retribution one day." "You were imprisoned?" Yang Yi was shocked. "It's imprisoned." This dragon vein was actually imprisoned, but he immediately came to an understanding when he thought about it. After all, the dragon vein could actually provide karmic luck and produce such extremely dense energy, so would any sect let it slip by? It would be fine if the dragon vein hadn't formed a consciousness of its own and taken form. Unfortunately, it had formed a consciousness and was able to take form. In other words, it was a tragedy for the dragon vein. After all, it would be a tragedy for anyone who was imprisoned for over 10,000 years. My current strength is comparable to a first-rank monarch realm expert of your human race. I'll be able to charge through this seal once I've attained the second rank of the monarch realm," said the dragon. "Even if you do charge out of the seal, where could you possibly go?" Yang Yi said, "You should be clearly aware that you don't belong to the human race, demon race, or any other race. So, where can you go once you leave this place? Once you leave, you'll have to face endless pursuit, right? The small white dragon fell silent. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, besides that, let's forget about whether I can help you or not. Even if I'm able to help you, have you thought about what I would be able to gain from helping you escape? Not only would I gain no benefits, I would even become the enemy of those large sections. What do you think? The dragon suddenly said, I'll give you those benefits you seek if you're able to help me. Yang Yi shook his head and said, do you still don't understand what I mean? It isn't about benefits, and it's still about my question from before. Where could you possibly go even if you escape this place? Yang Yi could be said to have noticed that while the small white dragon had lived for countless years, its disposition was probably equivalent to that of a child. After all, it hadn't come into contact with the people or living beings in the outside world. Then what do you think I should do? The white dragon had thought for a long time, yet couldn't think of anything, so it could only ask Yang Yi. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth instantly curled up slightly when he heard the small white dragon, and then it formed into a slight smile. Chapter 411, Xiao Yushi. I'm able to take you with me, but you have to promise me something. You'll listen to me once you leave this place, and you can't show yourself at will without my permission. Of course, I won't make you stay like that forever, and you can leave once everything has calmed down. What do you think? Yang Yi spoke in a very calm voice, but he was excited beyond words in his heart. It's a monarch realm expert. If this fellow returns to the southern territory with me, then it will be equivalent to possessing an extraordinary subordinate to fight on my behalf. How could he not be excited when he was about to gain a monarch realm expert who would fight on his behalf? The small white dragon was overjoyed when it heard Yang Yi. You're really able to take me with you? Don't deceive me. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Yang Yi said, of course I won't. After all, what would I gain from doing that? However, what benefits would I gain from taking you with me? The small white dragon fell silent for a short while before it said, after the events here come to an end, look for a suitable time to come here again. There are some shiny and glowing things beneath the ground here. I don't know what they are, but I think you should like them. I have a huge amount of those things, and I'll give them all to you. All right? Shiny? Glowing? What are they? But it probably isn't trash. However, Yang Yi refused to agree to just that. He said, even you don't want those things, yet you want to give them to me? Is that all your gratitude is worth? After all, I'm putting my life in danger to save you. The white dragon said in a low voice, how about you come here tonight, and I'll bring you to my abode. You can feel free to take anything you like, all right? Yang Yi's heart instantly jerked intensely when he heard this. After all, it was treasures accumulated for tens of thousands of years, so he naturally didn't believe that the white dragon had merely gathered a bunch of trash, and there were definitely numerous treasures amongst them. Even though he was excited, he wasn't stupid enough to reveal it. Because while the dragon had the intelligence of a child, it wasn't an idiot. Yang Yi feigned hesitance for some time before he said, fine, I'll take it as doing a good deed. The white dragon was instantly delighted upon hearing this, and it said, I'll definitely repay you if you're really able to save me from this imprisonment. Don't mention it. Yang Yi nodded and said, let me ask you a question. Why was I unable to transfer my karmic luck to another person? What's the reason for that? That person is dead, or that person's time is about to be up. The white dragon said, because that's the only reason that prevents karmic luck from being transferred. Yang Yi suddenly clenched his fists tightly while his eyes instantly turned crimson red. A long time passed before he calmed to rage and fear in his heart. Yang Yi worked hard to maintain his calm because his mother should still be alive right now. After all, Elder Mu had said that his mother would be fine for now. Since it said it could be because someone's time is about to be up, then it means that mother is in an extremely bad state right now. It's a promise. You must come here tonight, said the white dragon. After that, Yang Yi felt the scene in front of him change, and he was still standing on the combat arena when he opened his eyes again. The enormous white dragon took a deep glance at Yang Yi from midair, and then it transformed into a ray of white light that entered the ground. After that, The representatives of the sects from the Central Territory left with the disciples they'd chosen, and then remaining profounders from the various territories left successively as well. Imoku glanced at Nanjing and Yang Yi, and then he led the members of the devil race as he turned around and left. Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Remember our agreement." She turned around and left once she finished speaking. In next to no time, only Yang Yi, his brothers, and Xiao Tianji remained on the arena. Xiao Tianji waved his hand, and then Zhang Lu and the others instantly vanished on the spot while their whereabouts were unknown. Yang Yi was shocked by this and gazed at Xiao Tianji. The latter grinned and said, "Don't worry, I merely made them leave for a while." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Senior, go ahead." Xiao Tianji said, "Firstly, I have to thank you for changing Yushi's fate, and thank you for doing so much for her. Now, I have to warn you. That little girl suffered too much from a young age. Her mother died young, so she roamed the world with me, causing her to be unable to grow up happily like a normal girl. I hope that you'll treat her well and won't let her down." "Of course," said Yang Yi. Xiao Tianji nodded and said, "You're going to return to the Southern Territory, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "Can you not go?" Xiao Tianji said, "Just take it as doing something for Yushi." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I have to go back." "Don't worry, Senior. I won't make Yushi go back with me." He knew what Xiao Tianji was worried about. His trip back to the Southern Territory was extremely dangerous, and it was natural for Xiao Tianji to be worried about Xiao Yushi. However, he hadn't planned to bring her with him as well, because it was really too dangerous this time. Xiao Tianji pondered deeply for a short while before he said, "That's not what I meant. I didn't want you to return because the current situation in the Southern Territory is extremely complicated, and the enmity between the various powers there is on the verge of erupting. If you return now, then you'll definitely be swept into that vortex. That's very bad for you. Moreover, the members of my Xiao clan aren't ungrateful people. Since you've saved Yushi and are her husband, then you should be clearly aware of her character. How could she possibly allow you to return by yourself?" Yang Yi could only laugh bitterly when he thought of Xiao Yushi's determined character, but he really couldn't take her with him this time. "You've saved Yushi, so my Xiao clan owes you a debt of gratitude." Meanwhile, Xiao Tianji suddenly said, "Even though my Xiao clan once said that it wouldn't participate in the struggles between the powers of the outside world, you're not an outsider to my Xiao clan anymore. So, I'll lend you a hand. As for whether you can rescue your mother successfully and resolve the danger you face, we can only leave it up to the will of the heavens." Yang Yi was filled with joy when he heard this, and he said, "Thank you." With Xiao Tianji's help, Yang Yi definitely had a higher chance of rescuing his mother this time. Kind actions carry a good fortune, while evil actions carry misfortune. This is your good fortune, Xiao Tianji said. On the surface, you seem to have enemies on all fronts, but it's actually not the case. You have many people on your side, but they haven't shown themselves as your enemies have. That's the reason why I'm not opposed to your intentions to return to the Southern Territory. Yang Yi said, "Senior, I really don't want to bring Yushi along with me this time. You should be clearly aware of what I have to face once I return." Xiao Tianji smiled and said, "I'll naturally have no objections if you're able to convince her not to go." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Tianji's figure flashed and vanished on the spot. At the same time, his voice arrived from afar. "Treat Yushi well." A short while later, Yang Yi shook his head and waved his hand, and then Xiao Yushi appeared here. She was slightly dazed. A trace of happiness flashed through her eyes when she saw Yang Yi, but it was only for a moment. Yang Yi walked over to her and touched her hair. He said in a light voice while he felt how smooth her hair was, "You're cursed no more from today onward, and you can live like a normal person." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stretched out his hand and embraced her, and then he whispered by her ear, "It's truly nice to see you awake." In the beginning, Xiao Yushi's figure was slightly stiff, but it wasn't long before her delicate figure had loosened up. However, she seemed to be very unaccustomed to such an embrace, so she couldn't help but clench her fists while seeming to not know where to put them. After a long time passed, Xiao Yushi said, "Let go." Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said with a puzzled tone, "Why? I like hugging you like this." "Your hands aren't allowed to touch me." Xiao Yushi's voice carried a trace of embarrassment. Yang Ye's hands that were on her hips stopped momentarily upon hearing this, but it wasn't long before they moved once more while he said, "There's nothing wrong with that. In any case, it isn't the first time." Bang! Suddenly, Yang Yi was blasted flying to the ground. Yang Yi was slightly dazed. Everything was fine, so why didn't she suddenly attack me? Yang Yi was slightly dazed at this moment. Meanwhile, Xiao Yushi blushed as she glared fiercely at Yang Yi. A curved saber had suddenly appeared in her hand, and it flickered with a dazzling glow. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene. What? Does she intend to kill her own husband? Xiao Yushi walked slowly towards Yang Yi while the glow on her saber grew more and more strong, more and more dazzling. In next to no time, she arrived in front of Yang Yi, and then she brought the saber close to his neck. Chapter 412 The Question Regarding Children. Xiao Yushi stared at Yang Yi, and their eyes met. The two of them were very close to the point that Yang Yi could clearly smell the faint fragrance that came from her. Even though an icy cold blade was against his neck, his heart still couldn't help but thump. Xiao Yushi was very beautiful, and her beauty wasn't inferior to any of the women by Yang Ye's side. She possessed exquisite features, a jade-white complexion, and eyes that were as clear as limpid water during the autumn. Even though an icy cold expression frequently resided on her face, there was no denying that she was extremely beautiful and attractive. Xiao Yushi was different from Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi had a form of lofty coldness, and she was cold to the bone. She was like a 10,000-year-old block of ice that was cold no matter who she faced, and it kept others away from her. Xiao Yushi, on the other hand, was cold on the outside and warm on the inside. She was only cold on the surface, or to be more precise, she utilized that coldness to protect herself. Once one got to know her and obtained her trust, then she would inadvertently reveal her cute side. Xiao Yushi's face turned red again when she arrived so close to Yang Yi. However, she forced herself to remain calm and didn't choose to retreat when she noticed the smiling expression in Yang Yi's eyes, and she moved closer instead. At this moment, she could feel the heat Yang Yi emanated when he breathed. Xiao Yushi's face grew even redder. The glow on her curved saber had vanished as well. Meanwhile, her saber had been brought close to Yang Yi's neck just now, but it was just before his neck now. As she moved the saber closer to Yang Yi's neck, Xiao Yushi didn't dare to look at him while she said, You aren't allowed to bully me, or I'll kill you." As if she was trying to show that she wasn't joking, the curved saber in her hand moved closer to Yang Yi's neck, but when it touched Yang Yi's skin, her hand instantly moved back by a few centimeters as if she'd been shocked by electricity. Yang Yi chuckled as he stretched out his hand and placed it around her waist, and then he said in a light voice, "Yushi, are we Dao companions?" Dao companions? Xiao Yushi's face turned even redder when she heard these words, and then she hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, but we've already done the things that Dao companions should," said Yang Yi in a light voice. Her face grew even redder to the point it seemed like blood would drip out at any moment. At this moment, Xiao Yushi's face was red like a peach blossom, and she seemed gorgeous beyond comparison amidst her embarrassment. Her beauty simply caused all things to dim in comparison. Yang Yi was stunned by this scene, and then he couldn't help but embrace her before he pressed his lips down onto Xiao Yushi's attractive red lips. Xiao Yushi's figure stiffened, and then the curved saber in her hand gradually drooped down. Xiao Yushi's lips were very soft and sweet-smelling, and they even carried a trace of sweetness. Her waist was very supple and fine, and it felt as if it was completely without any bones. Of course, there was another part of her that was softer and finer. Moreover, it was even very smooth and delicate. They were in broad daylight, after all, so Yang Yi knew his limits. He kissed Xiao Yushi for a while before their lips parted. Yang Yi smiled as he gazed at Xiao Yushi, who had her eyes closed tightly with a blush on her face, and then he pecked her lips again. After that, he seemed to be announcing his ownership as he said, "Yushi, you're my Dao companion from today onward." Xiao Yushi's face was red as she gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Instead of calling it a nod, it could even be considered as a slight movement of the head. He knew Xiao Yushi was shy, and making her nod was already at the limit. So, Yang Yi didn't provoke her, and he merely smiled and hugged her. Yang Yi really enjoyed this feeling because had never experienced such a feeling. The hugs he shared with that temptress, Qin Xia, was mostly driven by lust. As for Su Qingshi, they'd merely hugged once when they were completely conscious, and it hadn't even lasted for 2 breaths of time. Under such circumstances, how could he have possibly felt anything? Yang Yi really liked hugging Xiao Yushi because he felt very satisfied and blessed while they were in each other's arms like this. As he gazed at the beauty in his arms, Yang Yi said to himself, "Actually, I don't really demand much." Yang Yi thought of a saying, "I'm a kind person at heart, but what can I do when reality forces the kind to evil?" There were always many things that one was incapable of resisting while living in this world, and there were things that he had to do even if he didn't like it. After all, the only way to control his own fate and do what he wanted in this world was to possess strength. Everything was empty talk without strength. After a short while passed, Xiao Yushi suddenly said, "Will I have a child?" Yang Yi was stunned. Xiao Yushi blushed as she said, "If I do, then it'll belong to you." I don't know how to raise a child." Yang Yi was speechless. "But I can teach him how to use the saber, and you can teach him how to use the sword. So, he'll definitely become extremely formidable." Xiao Yushi continued speaking while blushing, and her voice carried embarrassment, but there was even more happiness amidst this embarrassment. Moreover, there was a trace of anticipation and hope as well. Yang Yi felt as if had been struck by something when he saw the anticipation and hope in her eyes. He took a deep breath before he leaned down to kiss her on the forehead, and then he said in a gentle voice, "We will. We definitely will." As if Shed sensed the slight change in Yang Ye's mood, Xiao Yushi discarded her embarrassment and placed her hands on Yang Ye's waist while she pressed herself against him. "I'm going back to the southern territory," said Yang Yi. "I'm going with you," said Xiao Yushi. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I'll be very dangerous this time." Xiao Yushi raised her head to look at Yang Yi as she said, "Aren't Tao companions supposed to share life and death together?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. After a short while, he suddenly smiled and said, "You're right. Tao companions should go through life and death together. I shouldn't have forced my opinion upon you. That's very unfair to you. Even though it's for your own good, you have the right to make your own choice. I shouldn't have taken that from you." The reason Head changed his decision was mostly because that extraordinary expert, Xiao Yushi's father, would be following him back to the Southern Territory. So, how could Xiao Yushi suffer any harm while Xiao Tianji was there? Just like that, the two of them held each other in their arms until the sun had set. Suddenly, Xiao Yushi released her grip on Yang Yi, while her expression returned to normal. Yang Yi wasn't surprised by this because Yi Yun had arrived. "Are all our brothers ready?" asked Yang Yi. Yi Yun nodded and said, "They've all left Ancient Domain City and are hiding outside the city. Sword Master, you only have to give the word, and we'll immediately set out and kill our way back to the Southern Territory." Yang Yi nodded and said, "How has the Southern Territory been lately?" "Undercurrents are brewing," Yi Yun said in a low voice, "even though it's calm on the surface, but undercurrents are brewing in the shadows. The Sword Sect has already started to summon its disciples back from the outside world, so it might be making a huge move soon. However, we don't know the specifics." After the Sword Sect summoned its disciples back, the Ghost Sect, Flower Palace, Origin School, Bright Moon Sect, and Snow Palace started doing the same as well. Something worthy of mentioning is that the Marquises of the 9 states have led their elite troops towards the capital as well. In short, undercurrents are brewing throughout the Southern Territory, and it seems like something huge is about to occur. Is chaos about to break out? The more chaotic, the better. Yang Yi said, "Continue dispatching our members to pay close attention to the Southern Territory." "Yes." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Right. Is Luo Feng dead?" Yi Yun shook his head and said, "Brother Li failed to assassinate him." "Why?" Yang Yi frowned. Yi Yun said, "Luo Feng's strength was extremely formidable, and he was able to summon flying dark beasts. So that was the reason." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Forget it. Pay no further attention to him. Tell our brothers to rest well and recover to their peak states, because it won't be long before we might face a bloody war." "Yes." Yi Yun vanished on the spot right after he spoke this word. Yang Yi flipped his palm after Yi Yun left, and then Luo Feng's spatial ring appeared in his hand. Yang Yi's expression instantly became weird when he saw the contents of the spatial ring. There were very few things in the spatial ring. To be more precise, there was almost nothing. There were some energy stones, but they amounted to less than 20,000. Besides that, all that remained was women's lingerie in a variety of colors. There were a few tens of thousands of them. Moreover, there were over 10,000 albums of erotica and a huge amount of small blue-colored bottles labeled timber, good girl, bad girl. Yang Yi shook his head before he flicked the spatial ring into the ground. He wasn't a pervert, so he naturally had no interest in those women's clothes. Right at this moment, the ground below the combat arena suddenly trembled lightly. Yang Yi was delighted when he noticed this, and he didn't hesitate to grab Xiao Yushi's hand before he shot swiftly towards the ground. His thirst for the treasures gathered by the white dragon was intolerable. Chapter 4: 13 Treasures. The white dragon's abode was huge, and it could accommodate at least 10,000 plus people. White mist floated throughout the spacious cave. Yang Yi's heart instantly started thumping violently when he saw the white mist, and his eyes emanated a burning glow. Because the white mist was spirit energy, and it had taken material form like mist because it was too dense. At this moment, Yang Yi had the impulse to stay here for a long time, because the energy here was countless times denser than it was on the 5th level of the Hidden Dragon Pagoda. He was confident that he only had to cultivate here for a year, at most, before he could rise to the peak of the spirit realm. Unfortunately, he couldn't stay here now. So, he was extremely depressed and conflicted in his heart. Xiao Yushi was shocked by this scene before her as well, because the spirit energy here was truly extremely dense, and it was absolutely not something that any sect or clan could compare to. This was a true paradise for profounders. Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi were extremely shocked, but the white dragon in front of them seemed to be used to it. It was like the white mist was just air to it. "Come, the things I've gathered are ahead," said the white dragon. Yang Yi took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and then held Xiao Yushi's hand as he followed the white dragon. The white dragon led Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi to a corner of its abode, and then it pointed ahead. "These are all the things I've gathered here. Those shiny and glowing things are formed naturally here. They aren't nice to eat, so I just tossed them here." Suddenly, the white dragon stopped speaking because it noticed that both Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi were utterly stunned on the spot, as if they were frozen there. At this moment, Yang Yi's mind was completely blank, and his eyes were filled with the shiny and glowing things that the white dragon spoke off. It wasn't just him. Even Xiao Yushi's bright eyes were opened wide while shock filled them. What had they laid eyes on? It was a huge pile of top-grade energy stones that stood in front of them, and there were over 10,000 of them. What was it like to possess over 10,000 top-grade energy stones? Even 9th-rank sects probably didn't possess so many top-grade energy stones. Yang Yi was unable to control himself anymore. He pounced forward and hugged the pile of top-grade energy stones tightly, because these top-grade energy stones were sufficient for him to cultivate to the monarch realm. In short, from today onward, he didn't have to worry about cultivation resources. Moreover, these top-grade energy stones could allow those 105 brothers of his to gain a tremendous improvement in their strengths. In short, these top-grade energy stones could be utilized for a huge number of things. Those aren't top-grade energy stones. Meanwhile, Xiao Yushi's voice resounded by Yang Yi's ears. "They aren't top-grade energy stones?" Yang Yi picked one up and took a look. Sure enough, he noticed that the energy stone in his hand wasn't just larger than a top-grade energy stone. The energy within it was even more abundant and pure. "These are extreme-grade energy stones," Xiao Yushi spoke with a solemn voice. "These are even more precious and rarer than top-grade energy stones. A single extreme-grade energy stone is equivalent to 100 top-grade energy stones, and even 9th-rank sects probably don't have many of them. You absolutely can't allow others to find out about this, otherwise, you'll become the common enemy of the entire continent." "It's not mine." Yang Yi placed the extreme-grade energy stone back down, and then he smiled as he gazed at Xiao Yushi. "It's ours." All of this belongs to us. The corners of Xiao Yushi's mouth curled up slightly when she heard this, and then a charming smile appeared on her face. She gazed at Yang Yi while traces of tender affection appeared in her eyes, and she said lightly, "Yes, it belongs to our family." Yang Yi's heart thumped when he saw how Xiao Yushi looked while seeming to be embarrassed, and if it wasn't because the white dragon was still at the side, he would have already taken her in his arms and got a little playful with her. Yang Yi suppressed the desire in his heart, waved his right hand, and then put all the extreme-grade energy stones behind him into his vortex dantian. He didn't dare place such treasures within his spatial ring. After all, some experts could see through spatial rings, and if others were to notice he possessed so many extreme-grade energy stones, then the whole world would become his enemy. "You want these things?" Meanwhile, the white dragon said with astonishment, "These things taste really bad." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched when he heard this. Taste? This fellow actually ate them, and even says they taste very bad. At this moment, Yang Yi really wanted to bash this dragon up. However, he could only suppress this terrifying thought of his when he recalled the strength this dragon possessed, and he said, "Perhaps they are useless to you, but they are quite useful to humans like us. Right? In any case, they are useless to you, so you don't mind giving them to me, right? You can have them all if you want." The white dragon was very generous and said, "There are some other things ahead, and they are much tastier. However, I've gotten tired of eating them. There are some other things that are just like these shiny rocks. Even though they are very beautiful, they taste awful. You can have them all if you like." Yang Yi was delighted, and then he looked ahead towards the corner that the white dragon spoke about, and his eyes instantly opened wide when he saw the treasures at that corner. There were all sorts of ores there. The ores were very huge, and they were in all shapes and sized. Some of them were dim, lusterless, and extremely ordinary, but there were also some that flickered with dazzling light and were extremely resplendent. There were a few tens of thousands of such rocks. They were naturally not rocks. They were extremely precious ores instead. Besides these ores, those things that the white dragon said were tasty resided there as well, and Yang Yi's heartbeat quickened when he saw them. They were actually spirit herbs, and all of them were at the low-grade heaven rank or above. It was even to the extent that he saw some that had only seen in books, like the immortal soul herb that surpassed the heaven rank and could regrow the body, the beast limit herb that was capable of allowing exalt rank dark beasts to have a certain chance of directly advancing in their cultivation. In short, Yang Yi noticed no less than 30-plus herbs that surpassed the heaven rank with a single glance. These spirit herbs were called Tao-grade herbs. He knew some of them, but he didn't recognize most of them. As for the heaven rank herbs, there were countless of them. In any case, there were no less than 10,000 of them. We're rich. When he saw all of this, Yang Yi was excited to the point even his hands started to tremble. Yang Yi swore that if anyone in the outside world found out about these treasures, then it would definitely cause a rain of blood throughout profounder continent, and it would make countless sects and innumerable extraordinary experts on the continent go mad. It was even to the extent that the other non-human territories would definitely make a move as well. No expert or sect could disregard these treasures. After all, how many extraordinary experts could be nurtured if they possessed these treasures? Especially those ores. How many sets of dark treasures could be crafted from those ores? There were both cultivation resources and resources to craft dark treasures here. In other words, so long as any sect obtained all of these treasures, then it could definitely allow all its disciples to experience a tremendous improvement in their strengths within a short period. After a moment of excitement and happiness, Yang Yi started to calm down. Even though these treasures were great, they couldn't see the light of day. At the very least, he couldn't expose too much of it, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive no matter how many lives he had. With a wave of his hand, Yang Yi placed all of these treasures within the tiny vortex. Meanwhile, the white dragon suddenly said, "Human, these things are useful to you, right?" Could Yang Yi deny it? His skin really wasn't that thick. So, he immediately nodded and said, "They are very useful to me. These treasures are sufficient to provide for me until I attain the monarch realm. Now, you can tell me how you're taking me out of the valley." The white dragon said, There are formidable restrictions around this valley. I can move about freely within the valley, but it'll trigger the restrictions if I try to leave the valley, and the restrictions will attack me. Moreover, the experts from the various sects that reside in ancient Domain City will swiftly rush over. So, if your method doesn't work, then I'm truly sorry, but you have to die. Because if those greedy humans were to notice this place, then they would definitely stop at nothing to seize my possessions. Even though I don't really like them, I don't want to give them to those damnable humans. Yang Yi knew that the main reason why the White Dragon had been so generous, brought him here first, and given him these treasures in advance wasn't because it trusted him, and it was because the White Dragon was confident in its strength. Indeed, his strength was no different than the strength of an ant when compared to the White Dragon. Even though it was quite demoralizing, it was a fact. The White Dragon's eyes gradually turned cold when it saw Yang Yi remain silent. It didn't like being tricked, especially by a human. At this moment, Xiao Yushi's beautiful eyes were on Yang Yi as well. She was very curious about how Yang Yi intended to bring the White Dragon with him. She knew that Yang Yi had a way to accomplish it, or Yang Yi wouldn't have taken such a risk. Chapter 4:14. Back to the treasure-gathering room. Yang Yi gazed at the White Dragon as he said, "Do you still remember the agreement we made?" The White Dragon nodded and said, "I'll stay with you once we leave, and I'll obey you temporarily and won't rashly show myself." Yang Yi nodded, and then he stretched out his right hand. A strand of violet light surged out and instantly enveloped the White Dragon. After that, it vanished on the spot and appeared within the tiny vortex. The reason he dared to promise the White Dragon that he would take it with him was naturally because of the tiny vortex. Because the so-called restrictions that the White Dragon spoke of would definitely be useless once he placed the White Dragon into the tiny vortex. In any case, up until now, he hadn't seen a single thing that could resist the tiny vortex. Of course, the problem of the White Dragon forcefully seizing the tiny vortex from him hadn't eluded him. If it were in the past, he wouldn't let the White Dragon know of the tiny vortex's existence even if he had to abandon these treasures and the chance to obtain an extraordinary expert that would fight on his behalf. But now, after he found out that an extraordinarily terrifying little girl resided in the tiny vortex, he naturally wasn't afraid of that anymore. Head personally witnessed how terrifying the little girl was and how mysterious and terrifying the tiny vortex was. So, unless the tiny vortex willingly abandoned and left him, then others would absolutely be courting death if they tried to seize it by force, especially if they tried to do so while residing within it. This applied even if the White Dragon was a monarch realm expert. After the White Dragon entered the tiny vortex, it was first stunned, and then it became overjoyed and started to move about incessantly within the tiny vortex. In next to no time, the tiny vortex seemed to be unable to bear the sight of it anymore, and a strand of terrifying aura enveloped the White Dragon. After that, Yang Yi watched with astonishment as the White Dragon acted just like the dark beasts in the past. It revealed a terrified expression as well. At this moment, tremendous waves were surging through Yang Yi's heart because he noticed that the tiny vortex seemed to be even more terrifying than had imagined. My God, that White Dragon is a monarch realm expert, but it still revealed such a terrified expression when facing the tiny vortex. What exactly is the tiny vortex? Why would even monarch realm experts feel extremely terrified of it? No matter what, it was a good thing in the end. Earlier, he was still quite worried that the tiny vortex wouldn't be able to keep the White Dragon in check, but now it would seem that his worries were unnecessary. Xiao Yushi suddenly asked, "You placed him into that place?" Yang Yi nodded. He naturally wouldn't keep it from Xiao Yushi. Xiao Yushi nodded lightly and then fell silent. Yang Yi walked over to her side, stretched out his hand and grabbed hers, and then he said in a light voice, "Why don't you ask me what is that place?" He was very curious, because logically speaking, she should be very curious. However, Xiao Yushi had never asked about it, and it made him feel very puzzled. "That's a secret of yours." Xiao Yushi tightened her grip on Yang Yi's hand and said in a light voice, "If you are willing to tell me about it, then you would take the initiative to tell me. If you are unwilling, then you wouldn't tell me even if I asked." Yang Yi was slightly moved by this, and he tightened his grip on Xiao Yushi's hand as well while he said, I've never thought of keeping it from you after I placed you there at that time. The reason I didn't tell you about it is even I don't know what exactly it is. I merely know that it's within me, and it has no ill intent towards me. I don't know anything else about it. You don't have to explain. Xiao Yushi glanced at Yang Yi and said in a light voice, If I trust you, then I would believe you even if you lied. If I don't trust you, then I wouldn't believe you even if you told me the truth. Yang Yi was stunned, and he had a sweet feeling in his heart as if it was filled with honey. So being trusted, and especially being trusted by someone I like, is so nice. What a waste of the dense spirit energy that's here. Xiao Yushi revealed an expression of pity that couldn't be disguised as she gazed at the milky white mist in the surroundings. The spirit energy here was too dense, and it was dense to the point of taking material form. If she could cultivate here, then she was confident in her ability to charge into the Exalt realm as soon as possible. Yang Yi gazed at the white mist in the surroundings and pondered deeply for a moment before he gradually circulated the tiny vortex within him. As it started to spin, Yang Yi was quickly pleasantly surprised because he noticed that the milky white mist in the surroundings had started to surge into his body. Moreover, the white mist wasn't refined and absorbed upon entering his body, and it floated within the tiny vortex instead. The tiny vortex slowly started spinning faster and faster, and the milky white mist in the surroundings started to surge madly into Yang Yi. In less than 15 minutes, the entire space within the tiny vortex had been filled with the white mist. Just like how it was in the White Dragon's abode, the white mist hadn't dispersed. Yang Yi was really extremely excited when he saw the white mist in the space within the tiny vortex, because from now onward, the space within his tiny vortex was equivalent to a paradise of cultivation. Regardless of whether it was dark beasts or humans, they would be able to improve their cultivations at an alarming speed. Moreover, it was the same for him. He wouldn't have to worry about spirit energy anymore no matter where he went. Xiao Yushi watched all of this with astonishment. Yes, she was extremely shocked right now because Yang Yi had actually sucked all the spirit energy away, and it was an extremely abnormal feat. She was very curious and bewildered, but she didn't ask in the end. She refused to ask about that mysterious place that Shed stayed at in the past, because every single time another person found out about it, the more danger Yang Yi would be in. Yushi, cultivate in there with the little fellow from now on, said Yang Yi with a smile on his face. If Xiao Yushi cultivated there with the little fellow, then she would definitely be able to improve her strength greatly. Especially the little fellow. Had already sensed that the little fellow seemed to be on the verge of waking up. Actually, the injuries the little fellow suffered at that time had been healed a long time ago, and the reason the little fellow still hadn't woken up was probably because her strength was about to improve again. Xiao Yushi glanced at Yang Yi before she nodded. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly frowned. When he thought about the little fellow, Head recalled something else at the same time, and it was the immortal binding rope which Mu Jun had utilized that day. Head personally witnessed the strength of the immortal binding rope. It was even capable of restraining the little fellow, so how could it not be terrifying? However, he hadn't noticed the immortal binding rope when he searched Mu Jun's spatial ring that day. Could it be on him? When he thought up to this point, Yang Yi waved his hand, and the ancient sheath sword spirit appeared here. Yang Yi didn't exchange pleasantries with her and said, Bring that fellow Mu Jun out here. He hadn't placed Mu Jun and Imo Qingyu within the tiny vortex because he still didn't trust the sword spirit of the ancient sheath. After he asked the sword spirit to bring Mu Jun to him, he directly asked, Where did you put the immortal binding rope? Because of the soul puppetry technique, Mu Jun naturally answered him obediently. Master, it's on this sword servant's waist. As soon as he finished speaking, he muttered a few words, and then a golden rope instantly appeared on his waist. So it was on him. Yang Yi made a gesture, and then the rope instantly flew into his palm. Yang Yi couldn't help but smile while he gazed at this rope that was made of unknown material. After all, it was an extraordinary treasure. If he utilized it against an enemy, and that enemy was unable to resist it, then that enemy would definitely perish. In short, how could he not be happy when he obtained another treasure? Xiao Yushi glanced at Mu Jun before she said, He seems to be controlled by some sort of mysterious technique. You should change his appearance, otherwise, if the exalted Han Empire were to find out about it, then they would absolutely not allow their crown prince to become another's puppet. Yang Yi restrained the smile on his face upon hearing this, and he revealed a solemn expression. He was shocked at the same time because he seemed to have constantly forgotten about the powers that stood behind Mo Qingyu and Mu Jun. The powers that stood behind them were existences that were even more formidable than a sect like the Origin School. Fortunately, Xiao Yushi had reminded him of it, otherwise, he might have to face a huge amount of trouble in the future. Yang Yi glanced at Mu Jun before he thought to himself, "Looks like I have to get a set of equipment for this fellow, and Mo Qingyu once I leave this place." Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. When he confirmed that the surroundings were completely empty, Yang Yi didn't stay here any longer, and he held Xiao Yushi's hand as he left the White Dragon's abode. After he arrived above ground, Yang Yi swept the surroundings with his gaze, and once he confirmed that there was nothing unusual in the surroundings, he immediately released the ninth Hell Cold Gale and held Xiao Yushi in his arms as he flashed towards Ancient Domain City. Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi had just left when Xiao Tianji suddenly appeared where Yang Yi was standing just moments ago. He gazed at the direction Yang Yi left towards, while he shook his head slowly. The young are truly careless. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly vanished on the spot before a shrill and miserable cry resounded from within the valley. Xiao Tianji hovered in midair above a mountain wall, while he gazed at the corpse of an old man that laid on the mountain wall. He shook his head slowly and said, "Greed? You wouldn't have died if you chose to notify those fellows in Ancient Domain City immediately. Unfortunately, you didn't for the sake of gain. So, you're dead." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Tianji waved his hand, and then the old man's corpse instantly transformed into a pile of powder. Outside Ancient Domain City, Yang Yi gazed at Xiao Yushi as he said, "Yushi, go in that space. The curse that inflicted you has just been eliminated, so you need to improve your cultivation and increase your lifespan." Xiao Yushi glanced at Yang Yi and said in a light voice, "You must allow me to leave at any moment." She was afraid that Yang Yi wouldn't let her leave when he encountered danger and would insist on facing it himself. Yang Yi nodded and said, "Don't worry, we'll face everything together." Xiao Yushi finally nodded when she heard this. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to wave his hand, and then a violet glow flashed before he placed Xiao Yushi within the tiny vortex. After that, Yang Yi turned around and walked towards Ancient Domain City. He was about to return to the Southern Territory, so he naturally had to prepare. After all, his journey back to the Southern Territory would be extremely dangerous. So, he was prepared to get some top-rate equipment in Ancient Domain City for those 105 assassins. In any case, he was rich now. However, he was still slightly perturbed in his heart, because besides getting some equipment, he had another objective when he returned to Ancient Domain City this time, and it was to see Enbark. Even though they didn't know each other very well, they'd still done it, and he was unable to forget her and act as if nothing had happened. So, besides obtaining some equipment, had come to see her for one last time as well. Before long, Yang Yi had arrived at the treasure gathering room again. Chapter 415 Shock. It wasn't Enbark who entertained Yang Yi, and it was a female manager of the treasure gathering room called Dai Xiaoya. The madam asked young Master Yang to please leave if there's nothing that you need. Dao Xiaoya's tone was extremely courteous. Even though she was asking him to leave, her gentle voice caused others to be unable to arouse even a trace of anger. Dao Xiaoya naturally didn't dare to offend Yang Yi. After all, those two servant girls of Enbark had vanished because they offended Yang Yi. Even though her status and identity were much greater than the two of them, she didn't want to give it a try. Only an idiot would create an enemy for themselves for no reason at all. Yang Yi felt slightly disappointed when he heard this, and then he laughed with self-ridicule in his heart. Since Enbark had shown unwillingness to have any relationship with him any longer, then there was no need for him to continue pestering her and cause her to detest him. So, once he thought up to here, Yang Yi nodded and said, "It's fine if the madam refuses to meet me. I have another matter that I need to attend to here. I intend to purchase some armor and weapons. I wonder if Manager Dai can conduct the transaction? If it's impossible, then I'll head to the northern and clan. Dao Xiaoya pondered deeply for a moment before she said, May I know what young Master Yang intends to purchase? I can conduct the transaction if it's a small amount. If it's a large amount, then I can only ask for instructions from the madam. Yang Yi said, It's a huge amount, and they can't be lower in quality than mid-grade earth-rank treasures. Dao Xiaoya smiled bitterly and said, Then I can only ask for instructions from the madam. Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. As soon as she finished speaking, Dao Xiaoya turned around and intended to leave. However, Yang Yi suddenly called out to her, so she turned around to look at him before she said, Is there anything else you need, young Master Yang? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he shook his head in the end. He said, It's nothing. Had originally intended to ask this woman to pass a message to Enbiru on his behalf, but he decided against it after giving it a little more thought. After all, since she didn't want to have anything to do with him, then pestering her would only make her detest him. Dai Xiaoya glanced at Yang Yi, nodded lightly, and then turned around and left. Yang Yi remained silent in the hall. Truthfully speaking, he was very uncomfortable in his heart. He hadn't hoped for much when he came here because he knew that her strength far surpassed his own, and so did her background. Regardless of which aspect it was, he was inferior to her in all of them. Moreover, had never thought about using her, or using the power standing behind her for his own interests. Had merely come here to bid farewell to her, because they might not be able to see each other again after he returned to the southern territory this time. After quite some time passed, there was still no sign of anyone. So, Yang Yi shook his head, stood up, and intended to leave. But right at this moment, a black-clothed woman suddenly appeared in front of him. The woman was completely enveloped by a black cloak, and it concealed her appearance as well. If she hadn't spoken just now, then it would probably be impossible to even differentiate if it were a man or woman beneath the cloak. You want to buy dark treasures? The woman's voice was very cold, and it made those who heard it feel like she'd disliked them for a very long time. Yang Yi nodded and said, I need a huge amount of them. Do you have the finances? Said the woman. I wouldn't have come if I didn't, said Yang Yi. I don't believe you. Yang Yi shrugged and said, Since it's like that, then I'll go to the northern and clan. The reason he wanted to do business with the southern and clan was none other than out of consideration for the help Enbiru had given him in the past. But since they weren't willing to do business with him, then he would naturally not beg to do business with someone who gave him the cold shoulder. He, Yang Yi, wasn't one who brought contempt upon himself. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to turn around and walk towards the exit. Right when he was about to step through the door, the black-clothed woman had appeared in front of him again. She didn't speak and just gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi knew that she was looking at him, and her gaze was very hostile because he was able to sense ill intent surging from her. If it wasn't for her, I would have killed you a long time ago. The black-clothed woman spoke coldly while she slowly clenched her hand that was hidden within her black sleeve. You can kill me indeed. Yang Yi didn't talk back to her. He wanted to, but he, unfortunately, lacked the ability right now. He was truly helpless if the black-clothed woman decided to kill him. Of course, it was an entirely different story if Elder Mu was by his side at all times. Otherwise, even the White Dragon was unable to ward off an assassination from this woman. Was it shameful for a spirit realm profounder like him to admit defeat to a monarch realm expert? As far as Yang Yi was concerned, it wasn't shameful at all. If he were to talk back to her or speak arrogantly right now, then he could only be said to be brainless and purely looking for a beating. The black-clothed woman clenched her fist even more tightly when she heard Yang Yi, but she didn't attack. Conversely, she relaxed her fist after clenching it even more tightly just now. She really did want to teach Yang Yi a lesson, and the reason she'd spoken those words was so that Yang Yi would talk back to her, and then she would have an excuse to bash him up. Because only in that way would others be unable to say anything about her actions. Unfortunately, Yang Yi didn't give her that excuse, and he admitted defeat in such a natural manner. This caused her to feel rather depressed in her heart. After a short while passed, the black-clothed woman said, Come with me. Yang Yi shrugged and followed her. The black-clothed woman brought Yang Yi into a spacious chamber. The chamber was extremely large. According to Yang Yes estimations, it could probably accommodate a few tens of thousands of people. There were many small rooms in the chamber, and the rooms were labeled with their contents. Yang Yi was shocked in his heart when he saw the labels on those rooms. Yes, he was shocked by the clan's wealth. Yang Yi swore that even the total wealth of all the 6 great powers in the Southern Territory couldn't compare to the clan, because merely rooms that stored heaven-rank dark treasures, cultivation techniques, and combat techniques amounted to almost 100 rooms. Besides that, there were countless rooms for earth-rank treasures. As for treasures below the earth rank, there were none because Yang Yi hadn't noticed a single one after scanning the entire chamber. What was it like to be filthy rich? This was it. At this moment, if there wasn't an extraordinary assassin standing by his side, even Yang Yi would be unable to restrain himself from plundering this place. These are all the clan's treasures? Right. Are all the best treasures here? Asked Yang Yi. The true treasures aren't here. However, those aren't treasures that you possess the ability to buy, said the black-clothed woman in an indifferent tone. She was looking down on him. However, Yang Yi didn't mind because had never thought about buying even better treasures. After all, it wasn't realistic. Moreover, even if there were treasures that surpassed the heaven rank, he wouldn't dare to give them to those assassins. After all, Dao-rank treasures would even arouse the greed of extraordinary experts. Go ahead and choose. They'll give you as many as you want if you have the money, said the woman in an indifferent tone. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he said, I'd like to know if there are any suitable for assassins? I want everything suitable for assassins. You don't have to worry about the money. I naturally have the ability to pay since I've dared to come here. The black-clothed woman glanced at Yang Yi, and then she directly walked to the door of a room. A set of 8 black-colored dark treasures appeared in front of Yang Yi with a wave of her hand, and she said, This is the Spectre set. It includes a cloak, a set of shoulder guards, a set of wrist guards, inner armor, and a pair of shoes. Every single one of them is a low-grade heaven-rank dark treasure, and every single one of them is enhanced by an inscription from a heaven talisman master. When the 8 pieces are utilized as a set, it's possible for the low-grade heaven-rank movement technique, dash, inscribed by the heaven talisman master to be activated. A low-grade heaven-rank movement technique, dash? Yang Yi was tempted to buy it when he heard the black-clothed woman's description. It can double the user's speed in an instant. The black-clothed woman spoke flatly. Moreover, the Spectre set has the ability to conceal its wearer's aura. It's able to isolate its wearer's aura without the wearer having to intentionally conceal his or her aura. In short, this Spectre set was made especially for assassins. Alright, give me 200 sets. Yang Yi was very excited. If all 105 of them were to wear this set, then their strength will absolutely undergo a tremendous increase. Surmounting a realm of cultivation to kill an enemy wouldn't be a dream for them any longer. In his excitement, Yang Yi had failed to notice that the black-clothed woman had clenched her right hand at this moment. 200 sets. At this moment, the black-clothed woman really wanted to kill someone. What did it mean to ask for 200 sets of the Spectre set? Every single piece of it was a low-grade heaven-rank treasure, so 200 sets were equivalent to 1,600 low-grade heaven-rank treasures. 1,600 low-grade heaven-rank treasures. Does he think it's made up of yellow-rank treasures? The black-clothed woman waved her hand and sent those dark treasures back to the room, and then she turned around and walked towards the exit. She felt that she would be unable to restrain herself from killing him if she were to stay here longer. This fellow hasn't come to buy things at all. He has just come to cause trouble. Because even a 9th rank sect would probably be unable to purchase 1,600 low-grade heaven-rank treasures with ease. But Yang Yi was all alone, and the information about him indicated that he was an extremely poor fellow. So, what would he use to pay for them? The black-clothed woman felt that Yang Yi couldn't even afford a single low-grade heaven-rank treasure, let alone 1,600 of them. Right when the black-clothed woman was about to walk past the door, Yang Yi's voice suddenly resounded from behind her. I wonder if this thing is worth a Spectre set. The black-clothed woman's figure stopped moving, and then she turned around. When she saw the object in Yang Yi's hand, Her figure had immediately vanished on the spot, and Shed appeared in front of him in the next moment. Chapter 416, Returning to the Southern Territory. An extreme-grade energy stone? The black-clothed woman's voice carried dense shock. She seemed to be unsure, so she waved her right hand, and the energy stone in Yang Ye's hand flew into her own. She sensed the pure energy contained within the shiny, extreme-grade energy stones. This time, she was sure that it was really an extreme-grade energy stone. How did you come to possess this extreme-grade energy stone? How many do you have? Asked the black-clothed woman in a low voice. Even though extreme-grade energy stones were precious, it wasn't something the clan didn't possess. The reason she was shocked was that the energy contained within this extreme-grade energy stone was much denser and purer than any Shed seen in the past. Of course, most importantly, she wondered why Yang Yi possessed an extreme-grade energy stone. After all, top-grade energy stones and above usually only existed within those extraordinary clans and sections. Perhaps some independent cultivators might possess some top-grade energy stones, but it was practically impossible for them to possess extreme-grade energy stones. If Yang Yi was a monarch realm expert, then she would feel shocked if he possessed an extreme-grade energy stones. But Yang Yi was merely a spirit realm expert. I can't tell you that. You just have to tell me if this extreme-grade energy stone can be used in exchange for that specter set. Yang Yi would naturally not tell her where he obtained it. He hadn't shown it to her out of trust, and it was because he had no other choice. After all, he really needed the specter sets because it would be able to guarantee a little extra safety to the lives of those 105 brothers of his. Otherwise, he would absolutely not reveal the extreme-grade energy stones. The black-clothed woman fell silent for a moment before she said, "Even though an extreme-grade energy stone is precious, it's undoubtedly impossible to exchange a single one for that entire set." When she spoke up to this point, she paused for a moment before she said, "Unless you have even more." Yang Ye's heart shook when he heard this because those last few words she spoke made him sense an indescribable feeling of danger. Even monarch realm experts are tempted by such energy stones. If I were to expose too many, then this woman would definitely try to kill me to seize them from me. How would I resist her then? So, Yang Yi had a decision when he thought up to here. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Sorry, I don't have more. Since it can't be exchanged for a specter set, then I'll be leaving." Yang Yi turned around and left as soon as he finished speaking. Even though he was really tempted by that set of equipment, his life was still more important. Yang Yi had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly stopped moving because Embark had suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, her gaze was indifferent and calm as water as she gazed at him, and it was like she was looking at a stranger. 5 extreme-grade energy stones for a set. You can get as many as you want so long as you have sufficient extreme-grade energy stones, said Embark in a cold voice. I want 200 sets. Yang Yi didn't exchange pleasantries or engage in small talk with her. Embark glanced at the black-clothed woman, and then the latter nodded lightly before she vanished on the spot. Only Yang Yi and Embark remained here. Yang Yi felt silent while Embark was the same, and the atmosphere between them instantly became slightly strange. I'm sorry for what happened the other day. Yang Yi felt that he should apologize. After all, it was he who had violated her. Even though it was because of the true dragon's blood, had still done it no matter what. It was fine to make a mistake, but a man had to have the courage to admit the mistake and take responsibility for it. Did you think an apology would be enough to make up for everything? Embark stared right at him as she spoke in an icy cold voice. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment before he said, I never spoke about compensating you with anything because I know that nothing can accomplish that, and doing that would only be an insult to you. I'm going back to the Southern Territory, and I don't know if I'll have the chance to return to the ancient battlefield once I do that. I promise that if I'm still alive at that time, then he'll definitely come to the ancient battlefield, and we can put an end to everything then. All right? In the end, he was at fault for the incident that occurred that day, and had never thought about pushing away the responsibility for it. However, he couldn't put an end to it with her right now because he had something even more important to accomplish. Embark gazed at him in silence while Yang Yi met her gaze. A short while later, and Bairu seemed to be unable to endure Yang Ye's gaze and moved her gaze away before she said, "Remember what you've said." "Of course." Meanwhile, the black-clothed woman had appeared in front of Yang Yi. At the same time, a pitch-black spatial ring appeared in front of him as well. Yang Yi was delighted when he glanced at the contents of the spatial ring. At the same time, he sighed with admiration in his heart about the wealth that the clan possessed, because there were exactly 200 sets of the Spectre set within the spatial ring. 200 sets. Every single part of the sets was a low-grade heaven-ranked treasure, yet the clan had produced it with such ease. Such a display of wealth is probably something even some 9th-rank sects can't accomplish, right? Yang Yi wasn't hesitant at all. He waved his right hand, and 1,000 extreme-grade energy stones appeared in front of them. He didn't trust the black-clothed woman before he had some trust towards Enbairu, because he was able to sense that she had no intention to kill him or harm him. After all, he would be dead if she had. Enbairu and the black-clothed woman could be considered as existences who had seen the world and experienced many grand scenes. Yet they were still shocked when they saw these 1,000 extreme-grade energy stones. Even a 9th-rank sect would probably be unable to produce 1,000 extreme-grade energy stones like this. But this fellow, Yang Yi, has done it so casually. Where exactly did he obtain these energy stones? Both of them were puzzled in their hearts. Both of them gazed at Yang Yi in silence. Even though they possessed all the information related to Yang Yi, they felt that they'd just gotten to know him right now. It was especially so for Enbairu, and that feeling was extremely strong. If you return to the Southern Territory while possessing this little bit of strength, then you'll definitely have only a small chance of survival. Enbairu suddenly said, "The Southern Territory is like a volcano that's on the verge of erupting, and it only needs a spark before it would fully erupt. It's very likely for one to be burned into ashes while residing at the center of the volcano, or even in its vicinity, understand?" At this moment, even Enbairu herself didn't understand her mental state right now, and she didn't understand why she would speak such words. Did she hate Yang Yi? Did she not hate him? She didn't know the answer because she had never thought about it seriously. She could be said to have been constantly avoiding this question. She was avoiding it in the past, avoiding it now, and might even continue avoiding it in the future. Yang Yi was slightly surprised because her voice carried a concerned tone, and a sliver of warmth arose in his heart as he said, "I naturally understand what I have to face when I return this time, but I have no choice. The person most dear to me is there. If I can't rescue her this time, then he'll kill until the world's upside down." "Your mother?" asked Enbairu. Yang Yi nodded. Enbairu fell silent. She knew that no one could talk Yang Yi out of returning to the Southern Territory. However, she still refused to give up and said, "The resources and reserves of the Flower Palace are really not something you can resist right now. They have 2 Monarch Realm experts, a few dozen Exalt Realm experts, and countless experts at the Spirit Realm and below. What about you? What do you have?" Yang Yi grinned. What did he have? He naturally had his own trump cards and plans, because he wasn't stupid enough to return to the Southern Territory and give his life away. "You intend to rely on that little girl?" asked Enbairu in a low voice. "That would be great if it was possible." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. The strength of that mysterious little girl was undeniable. However, would she possibly help him? The little girl was filled with ill feelings towards him. Moreover, even if she was willing to help him, he wouldn't dare allow her to do so. After all, once her existence was exposed, then it was very likely that the tiny vortex would be exposed as well. At that time, countless experts would come looking for him. Yang Ye's entire body shuddered when he thought of this possibility. Enbairu stopped asking further questions. She merely glanced at Yang Yi before she turned around and left. She took a few steps before she suddenly stopped, and she spoke with her back towards him. "I felt something appear within me that day. Did you transfer karmic luck to me on the Hidden Dragon Arena that day?" "Yes." Yang Yi nodded. He had indeed included Enbairu when he transferred karmic luck that day. Enbairu stood silently on the spot for a moment, and then she said, "I don't like owing others. Ching, Hong." As soon as she finished speaking, 2 black-robed women had instantly appeared behind her. The 2 of them bowed to her, and then they bowed to the black-clothed woman at the side before they stood silently at the side. Both of them are at the Exalt realm. I'll leave them with you to help you, and you can consider it as me returning the favor for the karmic luck." And Bairu left quickly upon speaking these words. The black-clothed woman glanced at Yang Yi, and then she said to the two black-robed women, "Return after escorting him to the Southern Territory. Don't interfere in the matters within the Southern Territory, understand?" Both of them spoke respectfully. "Yes, master." The black-clothed woman gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Good luck." As soon as she finished, her figure shook lightly before she suddenly vanished on the spot. Yang Yi rubbed his nose. Was that really a wish with good intent? Yang Yi shook his head and glanced at the black-robed women. A wisp of warmth flowed in his heart as he gazed at them because he knew that Bairu was lying when she said she wanted to return the favor, and she was really just using it as an excuse to help him. Yang Yi shook his head again and stopped thinking about all of that, and then he left the chamber. Because it was pointless to think about all of that right now. At an opening that was a few hundred kilometers away from ancient Domain City, Yang Yi stood there while 105 black-robed figures stood in front of him. They hadn't utilized any techniques, yet others were unable to sense even a trace of their aura, and it was like they'd fused into one with the air. Yang Yi nodded with satisfaction as he gazed at them. The specter set really isn't bad. These assassins have become even more terrifying while wearing that set of equipment, and they'll become the nightmare of all my enemies. Yi Yun asked, "Swordmaster, shall we leave now?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "We're still one person short." Yi Yun was stunned. He was just about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly smiled and said, "She's here." Yi Yun looked along Yang Yi's gaze, and he was immediately stunned when he saw the personhood arrived. It was none other than the martial god, Nanjing. Nanjing had sky split on her back and was walking slowly towards them. The sword master was waiting for her? End of Book 3. Chapter 417, The Sword Sect's Decision. Book for the Path of Vengeance. Yang Yi was naturally waiting for Nanjing. The path back to the Southern Territory would be extremely dangerous this time, so he would be even more confident if he had Nanjing by his side. Nanjing walked over to Yang Yi, glanced at the others behind him, and then said, "I owe you 3 requests. So the first is to return to the Southern Territory with you?" "It's to escort me back to the Southern Territory," Yang Yi corrected her. Nanjing's strength was absolutely beyond any doubt, and it was even to the extent that Yang Yi felt even a peak spirit realm expert might not be a match for Nanjing. Because Nanjing was truly extremely terrifying when she had sky split in her hand. Even if his current physical body had surpassed both Imoku and Luo Shui, and he even possessed the sword domain. But Yang Yi wasn't fully confident in his ability to defeat Nanjing. Nanjing glanced indifferently at Yang Yi and said, "Remember the agreement between us?" "Of course." Yang Yi nodded and spoke in a serious tone. If it weren't for the matters he had to deal with in the Southern Territory, Yang Yi would desire to fight her to his heart's content right now as well. Unfortunately, he had more important matters to attend to. Nanjing didn't speak further, and she just stood silently at the side. Meanwhile, a black figure suddenly appeared from within the dense forest, and it flashed swiftly towards Yang Yi. It was so swift that it practically covered a distance of 300 m in a few breaths of time. It was none other than Zhang Lu, who had gone to investigate the state of their enemies. "Swordmaster, there are a few hundred experts at a mountain range around 300 kilometers away from us. There are 32 spirit realm experts amongst them, and most of them are at the 2nd or 3rd rank of the spirit realm. The rest are king realm profounders. All of them are wearing black clothes or robes. They seem to be members of the ghost sect," said Zhang Lu. 32 spirit realm experts. Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, "The ghost sect really thinks highly of me. But I truly wonder, is there some sort of deep-rooted enmity between us?" Indeed, the ghost sect had acted against him in the past because he was from the sword sect, but he wasn't anymore. So, logically speaking, the ghost sect shouldn't continue acting against him. It might be because of Li Xianjun. Meanwhile, Yi Yun suddenly said, "Swordmaster." Li Xianjun was the grandson of an elder in the ghost sect who holds great authority in the sect. The one who paid a huge price to hire the League of Doom to kill you wasn't the ghost sect, and it was him instead. So, I think that this group of people might not have come here under the orders of the ghost sect, and they are trusted subordinates of that elder. So that's the reason. Yang Yi came to an understanding, and then he laughed coldly and said, "It doesn't matter if they're from the ghost sect or another sect. Since they'd come, then they don't have to return anymore. From this moment onward, all of you'll split up and assassinate freely on your own. After it's done, it'll reward the one who killed the most with 10 top-grade energy stones and 20 top-grade talismans of all types." All the assassins were slightly stunned when they heard Yang Yi, and then Yi Yun and Zhang Lu had vanished on the spot and were shooting towards the distance. The others finally returned to their senses when they saw Zhang Lu and Yi Yun act, and then their figures flashed towards the distance as well. After all, 10 top-grade energy stones and 20 pieces of various top-grade talismans was a reward that far surpassed the rewards given to the top 5 during the Ascension rankings. So, how could they not be tempted by it? Only Yang Yi and in Nanjing remained on the spot after all of them had left. Their strengths aren't bad. And Nanjing suddenly said, "However, I don't think they can shake a sect. If you don't have any other trump cards, then you're purely courting death by returning to the Southern Territory now. Of course, it's none of my business if you seek death, and I merely hope we can have a battle before that happens." Yang Yi didn't answer her, and he gazed towards the distance instead. At the direction of his gaze was the Southern Territory, and it was also in the direction of the Flower Palace. The Southern Territory. In a secret chamber within the imperial capital, young Master Yang has started his journey back to the Southern Territory. There's a group of mysterious assassins by his side. Those assassins are extremely formidable, and their movement techniques are extraordinarily shocking. Our members don't dare approach them at all. So, we're unable to determine their true identities. All of those assassins are very respectful to young Master Yang, so they should be part of a force that he established in secret. A woman spoke slowly to Qin Siye, who sat behind the table. After a short while, Qin Siye said, "Which powers of the Southern Territory sent experts to kill him on the way back?" "The known powers are the Origin School, the Ghost Sect, and the Flower Sect," said the woman in a low voice. "What cultivations do those dispatched experts possess?" asked Qin Siye. "The Ghost Sect and Flower Sect merely dispatched Spirit Realm experts, whereas the Origin School might have dispatched Exalt Realm experts," answered the woman. Qin Siye's beautiful brows knit together. A short while later, she said, "Dispatch all the assassins to the ancient battlefield to receive him. Tell all of them that they must obey him unconditionally upon meeting him, and that includes you. Understand?" The woman was stunned, and she spoke instinctively. "Why?" Qin Siye turned to look at the woman, and it caused her to instantly break out in cold sweat. The woman hurriedly knelt on one knee and said, "Anu was mistaken to ask such a question." Qin Siye gazed at the woman called Anu for a short while before she withdrew her gaze, and then she said, "Because he's the pavilion master of our assassin's pavilion, understand?" The woman was shocked in her heart and immediately said, "Understood." She turned around and left upon speaking those words. In the chamber, Qin Siye stood up and remained silent there for a short while. Suddenly, she cracked a smile that was as beautiful as 100 flowers blooming at one, and there was even a wisp of a charming smile on the corners of her mouth. She said, "Little brother, it has been so long. I really do miss you. You have to return alive, otherwise, they'll give you a green hat to wear and make you unable to rest in your grave." The Sword Sect, Sky Hall. At this moment, all the higher-ups of the Sword Sect were gathered here, and that even included the elders who were in closed-door cultivation. Daoist Zue sat at the seat of the host while Su Muzha sat by his side. At this moment, the hall was filled with a solemn arm, while everyone had an extremely heavy expression on their faces. Daoist Zue stood up and took 2 steps forward before he said, "Everyone, I presume you're very clearly aware of the situation that the Sword Sect is in right now. In the last 1,000 years, the Ghost Sect, Origin School, and various other powers have been suppressing us both openly and in secret, and the sect can be said to have fallen into a hopeless situation. The only reason it still exists is because they are worried about Su Muzha and I launching a final counterattack before our deaths. Now, my lifespan is almost up. Once I fall, the Origin School, Flower Palace, and Ghost Sect will definitely act against our Sword Sect, and even the Snow Palace and Bright Moon Sect might take advantage of the opportunity as well. Their expressions grew heavier when they heard this. Actually, they were clearly aware of the situation that the Sword Sect was in right now. But they didn't have to worry about it at all because of Daoist Zue's presence. After all, there would be someone to deal with it for them. Yet now, that person was about to be lost. So, the pressure from the other powers had descended onto them instead. The Heaven Path. Meanwhile, Daoist Zue suddenly said, "It's the only way. If I overcome it, then I and the entire Sword Sect will have a chance at survival. Otherwise, the day I perish will be the day the Sword Sect is obliterated." Meanwhile, an elder asked, "Martial Uncle, how confident are you in your ability to succeed?" Daoist Zue shook his head and said, "I'm not confident at all. So, I hope that the Sword Sect will lend me a hand." "But what if you fail?" Another elder spoke in a low voice. "This is our only chance." The Sword Sect's master, Su Muja, spoke in a heavy voice. "If we don't give it a try, then the Ghost Sect, Origin School, and Flower Palace will definitely act against our Sword Sect once Martial Uncle perishes. At that time, how will our Sword Sect resist them?" The others here fell silent upon hearing this. Without Daoist Zue's presence, the Ghost Sect, Origin School, and Flower Palace would definitely have nothing to fear. At that time, the Sword Sect would be at their mercy. In other words, Daoist Zue had to try and overcome the Heaven Path. Daoist Zue didn't continue trying to strive for their agreement. He was just notifying all of them about his decision, because he would still do it even if the Sword Sect wasn't helping him. Had been cultivating for so long. So how could he be willing to return back to the earth just like that? Even though he wasn't confident at all, he still wanted to try in the end. Otherwise, how could he be willing to accept his fate? The meeting came to an end, and the Sword Sect started the string of preparation that was needed. There were a few hundred black-robed profounders hidden throughout a mountain range. This mountain range was a place that had to pass in order to return to the southern territory from the ancient battlefield. So, Yang Yi would definitely pass through this mountain range if he intended to return. Thus, they were prepared to wait for Yang Yi to jump into their trap and give his life to them. The entire group here was made up of experts from the Ghost Sect. Moreover, they hadn't concealed their identities and were wearing the Ghost Sect's uniform. So many of us were actually dispatched just to kill an expert who just advanced into the spirit realm? Isn't Elderly thinking too highly of that fellow called Yang Yi? A bald man who had a mole at the corner of his mouth spoke with displeasure while standing at an open space on the mountain range. He had a cultivation at the 3rd rank of the spirit realm, but had been ordered here to kill a profounder that had just advanced into the spirit realm. Moreover, had been dispatched here with many others. This made him feel that Elderly was punishing him on purpose. "Guiyu, don't underestimate that fellow, Yang Yi." A black-robed middle-aged man by his side spoke in a low voice. "Even though he has only just advanced into the spirit realm, even we might not be a match for him. After all, he's the first on the ascension rankings of the Southern Territory and has comprehended sword intent. Moreover, he's called the Sword Emperor now. I presume his strength definitely exceeds his cultivation." "Sword intent?" Guiyu laughed with ridicule and said, "It's merely 4th-level sword intent. What's there to be afraid of? Moreover, even if he's a cultivator and has become the Sword Emperor, there's no need to dispatch so many of us to kill him, right? There are 32 spirit realm experts here, you know? In the beginning, I thought we were going to kill an Exalt realm expert, yet never had I imagined that we would be here to kill a spirit realm profounder." The middle-aged man frowned yet didn't speak further. Truthfully speaking, he was quite displeased as well. He felt that Elderly was truly making a big deal out of nothing by dispatching such huge forces to kill a single spirit realm profounder. Elderly is really abusing his power for his own personal interests. Even though he was displeased, he didn't dare speak of it, because the force Elderly commanded in the Ghost Sect was merely inferior to the sect master. Yet now, the sect master was in closed-door cultivation, so it could be said that Elderly reigned supreme in the Ghost Sect right now. Ah! Right at this moment, a shrill cry suddenly resounded from within the forest. After that, a second, a third, a fourth. In next to no time, countless shrill and miserable cries had resounded from the forest. Chapter 418 I Won't Kill You. Guiyu and the middle-aged man by his side had extremely gloomy expressions on their faces as they gazed at the 30-plus corpses of their fellow disciples lying on the ground. Less than 2 breaths of time had passed since those shrill cries had resounded from these disciples of the ghost sect, and they found the bodies. However, even with such speed, they were still unable to notice who had killed these disciples, and it was even to the extent they hadn't even noticed a shadow. All of these disciples were experts at the peak of the king realm, yet such experts didn't even have the ability to resist before they'd been killed. It's not just one enemy, Guiyu said in a low voice. Guihao, you possess extensive knowledge. Have you noticed anything? The middle-aged man called Guihao shook his head and said, You're right, it's not just one enemy, but it's impossible to know exactly how many of them there are. Because I've investigated the surroundings, and there are no traces at all. There isn't even a trace of aura. But there's one thing I'm sure of, it was assassins who'd killed them, and it was a group of professional assassins. It was the work of professional assassins indeed, Guiyu said. Their methods were extremely sharp and direct. All of them were killed with a single slit at the neck, and these disciples were able to let out shrill cries was probably because they'd done so on purpose. They intend to throw us into disorder and create more opportunities for them to assassinate our forces. Guihai remained silent for a long time before he said, Notify all the disciples to form groups of 5 and maintain a vigilant state at all times. Guiyu, we'll go investigate instead. Let me see exactly which power has made a move against our ghost sect. Ah! Right at this moment, a shrill cry resounded from a disciple of the ghost sect who was around 100 m to the right of them. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked and swiftly turned around to look towards the source of the sound. There was a headless disciple there, and blood was spraying like a fountain from his neck. However, the person who killed this disciple of the ghost sect was already gone. All the disciples of the ghost sect felt terrified when they witnessed this scene. A disciple had been killed right beneath their noses, yet they hadn't even caught sight of the culprit's shadow. So, how could they not be horrified? Guiyu and Guihao exchanged glances, and they saw a serious expression in each other's eyes. An assassin was so close to them, yet they hadn't noticed at all, and they still hadn't noticed the assassin after a disciple on their side had been killed. At this moment, both of them had become serious, because the slightest carelessness might cause them to lose their lives here. 10 in a group, and every group must have 2 spirit realm experts. Guihao spoke in a deep voice. Every single group must not be more than 60 m away from another. Everyone must maintain full vigilance. Well, move backwards swiftly and leave this forest as soon as possible. At this moment, Guihao was very regretful in his heart. He regretted setting up camp in this forest. The forest here was dense, so it was undoubtedly the best spot for assassins to carry out assassinations. After all, there were too many objects to be utilized as cover. If it were on level ground, the assassins would absolutely not dare to act so fearlessly. The other disciples of the ghost sect seemed to understand this principle as well, and they immediately moved backward. On a thick tree, Yiyun gazed at those disciples of the ghost sect who were retreating, and then a wisp of a complacent smile immediately arose on the corners of his mouth. He said, Zhonglu, it's your time to shine. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at the specter set he wore and said, They really are amazing treasures. With this set in my possession, I can even assassinate peak spirit realm experts, right? Haha. As soon as he finished speaking, Yiyun's figure flashed like a shadow and vanished on the spot. They could still kill these disciples of the ghost sect without the specter sect, but they could absolutely not accomplish it soundlessly, and to the point their enemies couldn't even catch their shadow. The specter set was simply like wings on a tiger to them. Right when Yiyun had just left, Yang Yi and Nanjing, and those 2 Exalt Realm assassins had appeared here. When he saw the members of the ghost sect retreat like a receding tide, he said, Not bad. This leader of the ghost sect isn't an idiot. Unfortunately, it's too late to retreat now. According to my knowledge, You seem to be capable of summoning flying dark beasts. Since it's like that, then why don't you summon them and return directly to the Southern Territory? And Nanjing said, why take all the trouble to kill your way back? Yang Yi grinned and said, don't you think we can take it as a form of training and tempering? Moreover, those fellows who want to kill me aren't aware that I actually really want to kill them as well. Since they've given me such an opportunity and dispatched their members to give their lives away to me, then why shouldn't I kill them? This time, I intend to annihilate every single profounder that has come to kill me. When he spoke up to hear, Yang Ye's expression was icy cold, and Nanjing shook her head and said, amongst the sword emperors in history, only you seem to be the most pitiable and have made enemies out of everyone. After all, every single sword emperor of the past has been someone that all the powers fight madly in order to recruit, yet you are one who is being madly pursued by all the powers with the intention to kill. Could it be that you were destined for loneliness and misfortune? The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. Since when has she known how to crack jokes? After all, Shed remained silent throughout their journey, even if Head tried to start a conversation, and Shed treated him like he didn't exist. Yang Yi disregarded Nanjing's insult, and he turned around to glance at the two black-robed women while a wisp of helplessness flashed through his eyes. In the beginning, he was extremely happy when Embark had sent them with him. After all, wouldn't he be able to kill all his enemies all along the way when he had them by his side? However, reality wasn't as Head expected, because they were merely responsible for his safety, and they completely disregarded everything else. Simply speaking, they didn't obey him at all. Yang Yi shook his head, suppressed the depression he felt, and then led the three of them forward. At this moment, Gue Hai and Gue Yu had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces, because almost another 50 disciples of the ghost sect had perished in a short period of less than 15 minutes. These assassins were really terrifying and shocking, because they made no sound and had no aura. It was like they weren't alive. It was only possible to notice them and realize there had been someone by one side at the moment they attacked. Moreover, they swiftly vanished like ghosts once they'd assassinated their targets. So, all the members of the ghost sect were helpless against them. In the beginning, the disciples of the ghost sect were still thinking about revenge. They'd thought of dragging these assassins out once they left the forest, and then they would torture the assassins to death. Yet now, they'd completely lost that thought. Now, they were only thinking about escaping this forest and getting far away from these terrifying assassins. They would absolutely not fear these assassins if it was a head-on battle. Unfortunately, it wasn't. At this moment, they were like prey that were being pursued by hunters, and the only way to survive was to run faster. Actually, death wasn't really terrifying at most times, and it was the process of death which was terrifying. As they watched their companions die in succession and die in such a strange manner, all the disciples of the ghost sect were truly terrified, because up until now, they still hadn't noticed even the shadow of their enemies. After around an hour passed, less than 50 members of the ghost sect remained. These 50 were the elites amongst all the forces that had been dispatched from the ghost sect, and most of them were spirit realm experts. In other words, practically all the weaker disciples had been annihilated, and only the elites remained. Yi Yun and the others didn't continue attacking because they were waiting for a good opportunity. After all, most of these 50 experts were at the spirit realm, so while they might be able to assassinate these 50 experts, they were unable to accomplish it without making a sound or leaving a trace behind. So, they were waiting for an opportunity. In any case, it was impossible for these fellows to escape the vast mountain range, right? At this moment, Gue Hai and the others were exercising extremely high vigilance. Every single nerve in their bodies was tense, and even the slightest unusual movement would cause them to attack decisively. At this moment, all of them had cursed Elder Li's entire family all the way up to his ancestors. After all, if he hadn't misused his authority to take revenge on a personal enemy of his, then how could they have possibly come to the ancient battlefield? If they hadn't come here, then how could so many of them had died? Death was fine, but the most laughable part was that they still hadn't been able to figure out who the people killing them were, or which power they were from. There was nothing more aggrieving than this. Suddenly, Gue Hao's pupils constricted while a strong feeling of danger suddenly surged out from the bottom of his heart. He instinctively flashed over Tin to the side, and had just dodged when a black-clothed figure suddenly appeared where he was standing just now. Moreover, a dagger that was suffused with a ghastly cold glow had arrived along with the black-clothed figure. The black-clothed person was slightly surprised when it noticed Gue Hao had actually dodged in advance, and then his figure shook slightly before he instantly vanished on the spot and flashed backward. Gue Hao would naturally not let the assassin go. He immediately shouted furiously and charged towards the black-clothed person. The others were slightly stunned, and then they chased after Gue Hao and the black-clothed figure. After so long, the black-clothed figure had finally failed and exposed himself, so how could they let such an opportunity slip by? Earlier, these disciples hadn't been more than 5 away from each other in order to take precautions against the assassins. But now, because some disciples had weaker strengths or were weaker when it came to speed, a gap had instantly been formed between them while they chased after the black-clothed figure. Suddenly, the figure of one of the disciples stiffened on the spot. This disciple's eyes were open wide while they were filled with disbelief, and an extremely striking wisp of scarlet red could be seen on his neck. After that, the figure of another froze on the spot. Next, a shocking scene appeared. Numerous black-clothed figures flashed incessantly throughout the surroundings before disciples of the ghost sect fell one by one. In just over 10 breaths of time, only 5 remained from the 50 disciples of the ghost sect. Gue Hao and the others stopped and didn't continue their pursuit. At this moment, how could they be unable to realize that they'd fallen for a trap? The reason that assassin from before had exposed himself was actually to throw them into disorder, split them apart, and kill them. Unfortunately, they'd realized a little too late. Right at this moment, countless black-clothed figures appeared around them. These black-clothed figures surrounded the 5 of them, and then a man and a woman appeared within their fields of vision. "You're Yang Yi." Gue Hao gazed at the man as he spoke in a heavy voice. Yang Yi said, "Answer a question of mine and I won't kill all of you, all right?" The corners of Yi Yun's mouth twitched because he didn't believe Yang Yi at all. Chapter 419 Exposed. What's the question? Yi Yun and the others didn't believe Yang Yi, but those members of the ghost sect did, and one of the spirit realm experts amongst them had immediately asked this question. At this moment, they had no paths of retreat. Charge out of the encirclement? Was that even possible? So, when they heard what Yang Yi had said, it had undoubtedly become their final shred of hope. "Are there Exalt Realm experts amongst the forces from the Flower Palace and Origin School?" asked Yang Yi in a low voice. He had to find out the answer to this question. After all, enemies at the Spirit Realm and King Realm could be given to these brothers of his to temper themselves. However, these brothers of his would only be going to give their lives away if they went against Exalt Realm experts. So, he had to get a clear answer. Meanwhile, Gue Yu suddenly said, "Will you really let us go once we answer your question?" Gue Yu had just finished speaking when Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. Gue Yu's pupils constricted and was just about to act, but it was already too late. A sword pierced through his chest, and it immediately shattered the internal organs and vitality within him. The expressions of Gue Hao and the others changed, and their eyes were filled with shock and terror as they gazed at Yang Yi, who had returned to where he stood a moment before this. What formidable speed! What formidable sword intent! Yang Yi sheathed his sword and glanced at them before he said, "All of you don't have a choice, understand? Feel free to attack or even detonate yourselves if you want to die. Don't worry, I'm absolutely confident in my ability to end your lives before your bodies explode." The profound energy that had just started surging violently within Gue Hao's body had calmed down when he heard this. He would definitely not believe Yang Yi if he hadn't witnessed Gue Ye's death, but at this moment, he believed that Yang Yi could accomplish it because Yang Ye's speed was truly too terrifying. "We met the group from the Flower Palace once, but we didn't see any Exalt Realm experts amongst them." Gue Hao spoke in a low voice. "Are there really none amongst them?" Yang Yi frowned. "The higher-ups of the Flower Palace aren't stupid, so they should be aware that dispatching Exalt Realm experts would be the most advisable method to kill me. Or perhaps their higher-ups are really stupid and think that I'm as weak as before, and they can just casually dispatch a few people to kill me? Even though the Flower Palace didn't dispatch any Exalt Realm experts, but the Origin School might have, Guehao said. Something major is probably about to happen in the Southern Territory. All the sects have already summoned all their disciples back to their sections. Even though the Flower Palace is one of the 6 great powers, they still don't have many Exalt Realm expert. So, it's impossible for them to spare an Exalt Realm expert to deal with you right now. After all, Exalt Realm experts are the backbone of a sect. Yang Yi thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. The current situation in the Southern Territory was bad, so the Flower Palace definitely intended to keep all its experts within the Southern Territory in order to deal with any sudden incidents. After all, who was he? Yang Yi? He was a mere spirit realm profounder. Would the Flower Palace have to dispatch an Exalt Realm expert in order to deal with a spirit realm profounder like him? They still had a sense of shame. Then why do you think the Origin School might have dispatched an Exalt Realm expert? Asked Yang Yi. Because they had a huge amount of them. Guehao said. Moreover, they don't want you back at the Southern Territory. Why not? Yang Yi frowned while he spoke in a puzzled tone. Truthfully speaking, he really didn't understand why the Origin School would dispatch forces to kill him. After all, there wasn't any deep enmity between him and the Origin School. Guehao suddenly asked, "Would you join the Origin School?" Yang Yi was stunned when he heard this, and then he came to an understanding. Because he would definitely not join the Origin School, and the Origin School was aware of it. In the Origin School's opinion, they naturally didn't want a genius like Yang Yi to exist in any other sect in the future. Because Yang Yi was very likely to become an enormous threat to the Origin School in the future, especially when Yang Yi was so close with the Grand Qin Empire right now. So, they naturally didn't want him to return alive. Since they couldn't get him, they didn't want anyone else to get him as well. At this moment, Yang Yi truly felt how domineering and overbearing the extraordinary overlords of the Southern Territory were. One final question. Yang Yi said, why exactly have the great sects of the Southern Territory suddenly ordered all their disciples to return? Guehao shook his head and said, I don't know, because the higher-ups of the sect didn't tell us anything and just ordered us to return before asking us to prepare for battle. However, I feel that it might be related to the Sword Sect. Why? Asked Yang Yi. Because the sect dispatched a huge number of scouts towards the Sword Sect. Guehao said in a low voice. Moreover, all of them were at the spirit realm or above. It's really related to the Sword Sect. Yang Yi's heart suddenly twitched. He was naturally unconcerned about the Sword Sect's fate, and he was only concerned about Su Qingshi. If something were to happen to the Sword Sect, then with her character, Su Qingshi would definitely live and die with the Sword Sect. So, Yang Yi unconsciously clenched his sword when he heard this. At this moment, he wished for nothing more than to immediately fly back to the Sword Sect and take Su Qingshi with him. Yang Yi took a short while to suppress the agitated emotions in his heart. Yang Yi gazed at those disciples of the Ghost Sect and was about to speak when Guehao suddenly said, I know that you'll kill us, but I still hope that you'll let us go, because we can't pose a threat to you. That reason isn't enough, said Yang Yi. Guehao laughed bitterly and said, actually, we never intended to return to the sect after we left it this time, because once sects enter into war with each other, then insignificant fellows like us will only become cannon fodder. We don't want to die, so we can pledge our loyalty to you if you're willing to let us live. A wisp of gloominess flashed through the depths of Guehao's eyes when he spoke up to this point. How could he possibly pledge his loyalty to a spirit realm profounder? Had only resorted to it as a temporary measure to stay alive. Actually, he wished for nothing more than to kill Yang Yi because Gueyu was his cousin brother. Unfortunately, he didn't have the strength to accomplish it, so he could only act in this way to survive. So long as he was alive, then he would have a chance one day. As for whether Yang Yi would agree, he felt that Yang Yi would definitely agree, because all of them were spirit realm experts. And could anyone avoid being tempted by spirit realm experts who were willing to join his side? Yang Yi glanced indifferently at him and said, kill them. Guehao and the others were stunned upon hearing this. This shouldn't be the outcome. Yang Yi should have agreed and asked us to swear our loyalty to him, and then? Unfortunately, that was the end because Yi Yun and the others had attacked. A few dozen assassins had attacked in unison, so Gue Hao and the others didn't even have the opportunity to resist before they'd been killed. I thought that you would agree. And Nanjing suddenly spoke from the side. Am I that stupid? Yang Yi shook his head. Actually, even if Gue Hao and the others were telling the truth, he would still kill them because they'd betrayed the ghost sect today. So they could betray him in the future as well. So, why should he keep such fellows by his side? Moreover, he didn't believe Gue Hao at all. Pledge their loyalty to him? It only sounded good. You're very decisive. And Nanjing said, I would have immediately turned around and left if you agreed just now. Because I feel that protecting such an idiot would be an insult to me and a waste of my time. Fortunately, you didn't. Yang Yi shook his head and didn't continue on this topic with Nanjing because it was meaningless. He turned around to gaze at Yi Yun and said, Have Lung Jun and Lung Yin returned? Earlier, Head sent the two of them to investigate the Flower Palace and Origin School, and with the strengths that they possessed, they should have returned by now. Yi Yun frowned and said, They haven't. That's quite strange. With the strengths they possess, they should be able to flee unless they encountered an Exalt Realm expert. Because even peak Spirit Realm experts can't stop them from fleeing. So, since they still haven't returned until now, then there are only two possibilities. The first is that they encountered an Exalt Realm expert and are never coming back. The second is that they've been delayed by something. You bastard. Only you are never coming back. Right at this moment, Long Yin's voice suddenly resounded, and then two whistles arose in the air as Long Jun and Long Yin appeared here. Yang Yi and the others immediately heaved sighs of relief when they heard Long Yin. However, Yang Yi frowned when he saw them because both of them were injured. A wisp of scarlet red was extremely conspicuous on Long Yin's left shoulder, and the wound was a few centimeters deep. On the other hand, Long Jun's chin was still bleeding, and the wound there was a few centimeters deep as well. If that same wound had been just a few centimeters lower, then Long Jun would probably not be standing here now. What exactly happened? Asked Yang Yi in a heavy voice. Because the two of them had actually been reduced to such a state, even with the strengths they possessed. Could it have been an Exalt Realm expert? Long Jun had a solemn expression on his face as he said, Sword Master, we encountered members of the League of Doom. Yang Ye's heart shook when he heard this and said, The League of Doom? How many? What realm was their cultivation at? Lung Jun nodded and said, We only encountered 3 of them, but it might not be all of them. The weakest amongst them was at the 5th rank of the Spirit Realm. If it weren't for the Spectre set and the top-grade Strider talismans that Swordmaster gave us, both I and Lung Yin would have really been unable to return. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment before he gazed at the 2 women at the Exalt Realm, who were constantly standing silently at the side. One of the women shook her head when she saw Yang Yi look towards them, and she said, The order we received was merely to protect you. Everything else is unrelated to us. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze as he knew he couldn't count on them. Those 3 assassins have to be eliminated in advance, otherwise, it would truly be difficult for me to act in peace. Even Long Jun and Long Yin suffered such a huge loss at their hands, so how can the others possibly resist them? But who should I dispatch to kill them? Let me, Zhonglu Lung Jun, and Lung Yin go. Meanwhile, Yiyun suddenly said, We have a chance against them if we join forces. Lung Jun and Lung Jun nodded to display their agreement because they really wanted to take revenge right now. Right at this moment, a black-clothed figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi and said, Sword Master, a large group of Profounders are rushing swiftly towards us. We might have been exposed. Chapter 420 Experts from the Flower Palace. Around 15 minutes later, a group of women who wore flowery dresses had arrived where Yang Yi and the others stood just now. There were 200 women in this group, and it was a beautiful woman around the age of 30+ that was leading this group. Martial Aunt Feng Jin, we're too late. Another woman over the age of 20 spoke in a low voice from behind the beautiful woman. Feng Jin didn't speak. She took some time to size up the surroundings before she said, The members of the ghost sect might have been annihilated. The women behind Feng Jin were shocked, and one of them spoke with astonishment. Martial Aunt, How could that be possible? There were over 30 spirit realm experts amongst the members of the ghost sect, especially Gue Hao. Even though he was merely a third-rank spirit realm expert, his strength is beyond any doubt. When she spoke up to hear, she seemed to have thought of something and spoke with surprise. Could it be that an Exalt realm expert made a move? Feng Jin didn't speak, and merely her expression had become slightly solemn. Gue Hao was a third-rank spirit realm expert while she was at the fourth rank. So, her strength was slightly superior to Gue Hao. However, since the enemy was capable of annihilating all the disciples of the ghost sect without making a sound, then it proved that the enemy was absolutely at the sixth rank of the spirit realm or above. It was even to the extent that there might be an Exalt realm expert amongst the enemy. When she thought up to this point, Feng Jin stopped hesitating and said, "Immediately utilize a transmission talisman to notify the palace. Ask them to send experts to receive us. Everyone else, abandon any efforts to kill the target and swiftly retreat to the southern territory." She didn't know which power had acted against the ghost sect, but she knew that it was definitely a force related to Yang Yi. Since it was related to Yang Yi, then it represented that the enemy would attack them as well. Wait, Feng Jin suddenly said, "It'll probably be too late by the time the palace dispatches some experts. Feng Lian, you're the quickest amongst us. Rush towards Jade Cloud Mountain as swiftly as you can and ask the experts of the Origin School who are lying in ambush there to quickly send assistance." The woman called Feng Lian was stunned, and then her figure flashed. She emanated a wave of the sweet fragrance of flowers as she flashed towards the distance. At this moment, all the disciples of the Flower Palace present here had solemn expressions on their faces. The annihilation of the ghost sect's forces was undoubtedly a huge blow to them. After all, even though their overall strength was much greater than the group from the ghost sect, it was absolutely impossible for them to annihilate the entire group from the ghost sect. So, since the enemy could accomplish that, it represented that the enemy's strength far surpassed the ghost sect and far surpassed them as well. Feng Jin was just about to lead the group away when she suddenly looked towards a thick growth of grass. With a wave of her right hand, a small command token had immediately appeared in her hand, and her face instantly turned gloomy when she saw it. She said, "It's the League of Doom. It was they who killed the Ghost Sect's group. But why would they make a move against the members of the Ghost Sect?" Right at this moment, a miserable and shrill cry suddenly resounded. All of them were shocked and looked over towards the source of the voice. They saw one of their companions with her eyes wide open, and fresh blood was spraying like a fountain from her neck. The scene was extremely bloody. However, they hadn't even noticed the shadow of the assailant. The League of Doom. Feng Jin's expression became slightly ferocious when she witnessed this scene. Even all the six great powers weren't willing to offend this organization, but it didn't represent that they feared the League of Doom. Now that the League of Doom had killed a member of the Flower Palace right in front of her, it was equivalent to publicly provoking the Flower Palace. Utilize a transmission talisman. Tell the palace that we've suffered an attack from the League of Doom. Ask the palace to swiftly dispatch experts over here. Even though flames of rage were surging within her, she hadn't lost her mind. She wasn't afraid of the League of Doom if they were to fight in a head-on battle. Unfortunately, the enemy was a group of assassins that would never fight her in the open. "Martial Ant, what should we do now?" A woman by Feng Jin's side spoke in a low voice. Feng Jin looked up into the sky to determine the time, and then her heart sank, because it was about to become dark. Once the veil of night descended, it would undoubtedly be even more beneficial to the assassins. Everyone, stay highly vigilant. Gather together to form the 100-flower formation and wait until daytime arrives. Feng Jin didn't ask them to retreat because retreating now was undoubtedly equivalent to courting death. All of them didn't dare hesitate upon hearing her, and the profound energy within their bodies surged out while they moved their hands about. Numerous thin expanses of energy instantly appeared here, and then they swiftly joined together under the control of all the Flower Palace's disciples. In next to no time, an enormous barrier of flower petals had been formed, and it enveloped all of them within it. The 100-flower formation was a comparatively renowned formation within the Flower Palace. and it could be utilized for both offense and defense. When utilized for offense, those petals would instantly surge forward like raindrops, and it was almost impossible to evade. When it was utilized for defense, then it would be in the form it was currently in. It would form an energy barrier that would even resist the full force attack of an Exalt Realm expert if it was provided with sufficient profound energy. At the side of a large tree that was 300 m away from them, Yang Yi frowned when he gazed at the petal barrier. Obviously, he hadn't expected that they were actually able to form a formation. In this way, it would be quite difficult to continue assassinating them. The members of the Flower Palace were existences that he was determined to kill, and that was an unquestionable fact. However, the problem was how to kill them while paying the smallest price. Swordmaster, they've already notified the Flower Palace, so their backup will be here in a few hours at most. We'll probably have no chance to kill them if we can't kill them in a short time. It's even to the extent that we might even fall into a dangerous situation. Yi Yun spoke in a low voice while standing by Yang Ye's side. Yang Yi remained silent for a short while before he said, "Order the brothers to set up an ambush in the surroundings and prepare themselves. They'll destroy their formation at the later hours of the night. All of them must be killed no matter what." "Yes," Yi Yun responded before he withdrew himself. "Why don't you destroy their formation right now?" And Nanjing suddenly said, "Why waste time here?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "They're highly vigilant right now and possess sufficient profound energy. So, they'll definitely counterattack with all they have if I were to destroy the formation right now. At that time, there will be huge casualties amongst my forces. If I wait until the later hours of the night, then the profound energy within their bodies would have been mostly exhausted. Wouldn't it be better to destroy the formation then?" "You really are considerate of them." And Nanjing spoke indifferently. "We're all the same." Yang Yi said, "They shoulder a huge debt of blood, and so do I. They're only following me for a single reason, and it's because they hope that it'll lead them to take revenge. They trust me, so how can I let them down?" And Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi and didn't speak further. All of this was meaningless to her. Besides the agreement she had with Yang Yi, the only other reason why Shed followed him to the southern territory was because she wanted to fight him. If Yang Yi was weak or she felt that he wasn't qualified to be her opponent, then she would leave without the slightest hesitation. In her opinion, the path of cultivation was everything. And Nanjing didn't like talking while Yang Yi didn't like getting himself ignored. So he immediately sat down cross-legged and rested his back on a tree. Just like that, time passed by slowly, and it wasn't long before it was late into the night. The night sky was completely clear tonight, and the entire mountain range was pitch black. There was only gentle light flickering like moonlight from where the members of the Flower Palace resided. Even though it was the later hours of the night, those disciples of the Flower Palace didn't show any signs of being sleepy. All of them were fully concentrated as they worked hard to maintain the formation. Feng Jin sat cross-legged at the center. Even though her eyes were closed slightly, her senses were fixed on the surroundings at all times, and she would notice even the slightest movement. The Flower Palace was aware of the situation they faced, so if nothing unexpected occurred, then the experts from the Flower Palace would be on the way by now. Only another 2 hours are needed at most before our reinforcements will arrive. In other words, we only have to hold on for another 2 hours. She was very confident in their ability to hold on for 2 more hours with the 100-flower formation protecting them. Step, step, step. Suddenly, light sounds of footsteps suddenly resounded in the deathly silent forest. The disciples of the Flower Palace were shocked, and then they looked over to the source of the sound and saw a young man around the age of 20 walking slowly towards them. The young man was none other than Yang Yi. In next to no time, Yang Yi arrived in front of them, and he gazed at the flickering formation as he said, "This is the 100-flower formation? It seems quite formidable. Is it really capable of resisting the full force attack of an Exalt Realm expert?" He seemed to be asking them, yet seemed to be talking to himself as well. Actually, he wasn't really confident in his ability to deal with this formation. After all, it was created by a few dozen Spirit Realm expert and over 100 King Realm experts. Feng Jin suddenly said, "You're Yang Yi." Yang Yi, who was about to attack, was stunned, and he said, "You recognize me?" A wisp of a complicated expression flashed through her eyes as she gazed at Yang Yi, and she said, "You look very similar to senior sister Feng Yu. Especially your eyes, they are simply like exact copies. You know my mother?" Yang Yi took a few more steps forward and spoke in a heavy voice. "She's my senior sister." There was a complicated expression in Feng Jin's eyes as she said, "All those years ago, I joined the Flower Palace with her. Her natural talent was much better than mine, and she quickly became an inner court disciple. But I never expected that she would get to know your father after she became an inner court disciple. Moreover, she fell in love with him and even betrayed the palace for him. In the blink of an eye, 20 years have passed. I never imagined that her child would have grown up by now." As she finished speaking, Feng Jin gazed at Yang Yi while traces of gentleness suffused her gaze, and it was like she was looking at a junior. "How is my mother?" The woman in front of him knew his mother and even seemed to have a good relationship with his mother. So Yang Yi's voice had unconsciously eased up and wasn't that icy cold anymore. "I don't know." Feng Jin shook her head and said, "She's being kept at a secret place and only certain members of the palace can approach that place." A wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed through Yang Yi's eyes when he heard this. Flower Palace. Right at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. Feng Jin, who was seated cross-legged at the center of the formation, had suddenly vanished, and she left an afterimage behind as she instantly appeared in front of Yang Yi. After that, a sword that emanated a cold glow had stabbed Yang Yi's chest. Chapter 421. The situation is bad. At the moment Shed laid eyes on Yang Yi, Feng Jin had decided that she would destroy the leader first. Yang Yi's appearance had allowed her to verify the thoughts she had, and it was that Yang Yi was controlling everything from the shadows. As for why the members of the League of Doom had helped Yang Yi, she didn't know the answer, and she only knew that her opportunity had arrived. So long as she was able to take control of Yang Yi, then she could take control of the entire situation. So, Shed intentionally spoken about Feng Yu, so that Yang Yi would put down his guard. Sure enough, Shed succeeded. At the instant that the top of her sword had stabbed on Yang Yi's chest, a wisp of a complacent smile couldn't help but appear on the corners of Feng Jin's mouth. However, her smile frozen in next to no time because she noticed that it felt as if Shed stabbed a piece of heaven-rank iron. Feng Jin was stunned for a moment, and then she completely disregarded her shock, withdrew her sword, and intended to retreat. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had moved forward and instantly arrived in front of her before he directly grabbed a hold of her throat. Feng Jin was shocked, and the profound energy within her body was just about to surge when Yang Yi's right knee suddenly smashed upward against her stomach. Bang! A muffled band resounded as Feng Jin's eyes opened wide because her dantian had been shattered. "Did you really think I'm that stupid?" Yang Yi said while he held her by the throat. "Even though your acting was very good and even made me think you were a friend of my mother's in the beginning, unfortunately, I, Yang Yi, am not that stupid to actually believe you. Just think about it. Would the Flower Palace dispatch a good friend of my mother's to kill me? Moreover, even though you've been constantly forcing yourself to seem very amiable on the surface, I sense traces of killing intent from you. Perhaps you don't know, but my sword intent is slaughter sword intent." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't care about what she wanted to say, and he exerted a little force with his palm. Crack! Feng Jin's neck was instantly broken. He would have definitely been unable to kill her with such ease if Shed fought him head-on. Unfortunately, Shed tried to play tricks on him, and that just happened to give him a chance. She was trying to make him lower his guard, yet she didn't realize that he was making her lower her guard as well, and the moment her sword struck him was precisely that moment. Yi Yun and the others who were hiding in the shadows instantly heaved sighs of relief upon seeing Feng Jin die. Earlier, they'd almost charged out from their hiding places. However, they'd suppressed that impulse of theirs out of their confidence in Yang Yi. Sure enough, Yang Yi hadn't disappointed them. At the same time that they heaved sighs of relief, their admiration and respect towards Yang Yi had grown slightly greater as well, because an attack that carried the full strength of a fourth-rank spirit realm expert had actually been unable to harm Yang Yi at all. Moreover, that same expert had been killed with a single counterblow from Yang Yi. Besides that woman, and Nanjing, there's probably no one below the Exalt realm who can go against him. Yang Yi was unaware that just this small matter had caused his prestige in their hearts to improve greatly. The other members of the Flower Palace were still stunned on the spot, and they seemed to be unable to accept Feng Jin's death. Feng Jin was a fourth-rank spirit realm expert, but Shed actually been instantly annihilated just like that. It wasn't long before those disciples of the Flower Palace had recovered from their shock, and the first thing they did upon recovering their shock wasn't trying to take revenge on Yang Yi, and it was to flash towards the surroundings instead. Since Yang Yi could annihilate Feng Jin in an instant, then he could do the same to them. Not to mention that the 100-flower formation had been undone because Feng Jin had left it. So, if they were to continue staying there, then the only fate that awaited them was to be assassinated by those terrifying assassins who seemed like ghosts. On the other hand, they would still have a chance at survival if they fled. Once one fled, there was a second, and then the other disciples who'd originally intended to fight desperately to the death had given up on that thought and started to flee as well. Yang Yi shook his head while he watched these disciples of the Flower Palace flee towards the surroundings. He didn't pursue them because there would naturally be someone else to pursue them. If these disciples of the Flower Palace had chosen to continue staying united, then it would be extremely troublesome to kill them. Unfortunately, they just had to choose to split up and flee on their own. So wasn't this equivalent to providing Yi Yun and the others an opportunity to assassinate them? How could these disciples of the Flower Palace go against Yi Yun and the others while beneath the veil of night? It wasn't long before countless shrill cries resounded through the night sky. Your physical body seems to have become much stronger. Meanwhile, Nanjing had suddenly arrived by Yang Ye's side. At this moment, Yi Yun and the others had gone to pursue those disciples of the Flower Palace. So only Yang Yi and Nanjing remained here. As for those two assassins at the Exalt realm, Yang Yi didn't know where they'd gone. Yang Yi smiled and was just about to speak when both his and Nanjing's expressions had changed slightly at the same time. Two black-clothed figures appeared in front of them without making a single sound, and then two pitch-black daggers shot swiftly like bolts of lightning towards their necks. Bang! The dagger in the hand of that black-clothed figure in front of Nanjing hadn't even arrived in front of her neck when had been kicked flying, and then he collided with a large tree before crashing to the ground. This black-clothed figure was horrified in his heart because he noticed that the bones within his entire body seemed to have fallen apart, and he wasn't even able to arouse an ounce of strength. After she kicked that black-clothed figure flying, Nanjing looked at Yang Yi. At this moment, the battle on Yang Ye's side had come to an end as well. There was a dagger on Yang Ye's neck, but it hadn't even been able to break through his skin. On the other hand, a sword was stuck in the left shoulder of the black-clothed figure in front of him, while blood was ceaselessly flowing down from the wound. Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi and didn't say anything. His physical body seems to be a little too strong now. What a waste. Yang Yi thought to himself as he gazed at the black-clothed figure in front of him, because at the instant the assassin had failed. No, it should be said that the assassin had taken his own life when Yang Ye's sword had stabbed his shoulder. Yang Yi withdrew his sword and kicked the black-clothed figure away. He didn't look at the other black-clothed figure because Nanjing wouldn't be standing here if that assassin hadn't taken his own life as well. These are the assassins of the so-called League of Doom? Nanjing glanced at the corpse of the assassin in front of Yang Yi and said, "Their movement technique isn't bad, but their strengths are too inferior. They aren't just a little bit weaker when compared to the assassins of the clan. Their strengths are already very good in the Southern Territory," Yang Yi said. "Moreover, it isn't that they are weak, and it's actually because we're too strong. Or perhaps it was because they underestimated their enemies. They felt that we were only ordinary spirit realm profounders, so they didn't use their full strength." And Nanjing shook her head and said, "You should feel fortunate because you haven't seen a true assassin. Even though these assassins by your side aren't bad, they are truly too inferior when compared to those assassins of the clan." Yang Yi believed in Nanjing because she disdained to lie. Besides that, had personally witnessed the strength of that black-clothed woman by Enbira's side. She was even able to instantly assassinate a monarch realm expert. So how could she possibly be weak? Moreover, these two Exalt Realm assassins by his side had addressed the woman as master. So, in other words, it was very likely that the assassins of the clan were fostered by her. How could the assassins fostered by such a terrifying assassin be weak? I'm really curious. Exactly what is the relationship between you and the Southern clans, Madam Ma? Yang Yi suddenly asked this question and had been wanting to ask her about it for a long time. It's none of your business. And Nanjing glanced indifferently at Yang Yi before she turned around and left. Yang Yi rubbed his nose, and then he shook his head and smiled. It's still quite difficult to get along with her. However, he didn't mind at all, and it was fine as long as she was strong. Even though that black-clothed figure had tried to assassinate him just now, had been constantly paying attention to Nanjing, and had noticed that her strength seemed to have improved again. No, to be more precise, it seemed like Nanjing's strength was improving incessantly every single day. She really is a huge source of pressure. Yang Yi took a deep breath. Needless to say, it felt quite good to have such a formidable opponent, because such an opponent would motivate him incessantly and make him feel pressured at all times, and then he would urgently desire to become stronger and stronger at all times. At this moment, he really looked forward to the battle between him and Nanjing. A black shadow flashed, and then Yi Yun appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yi Yun was stunned when he saw the corpses on the ground, and then he said, "Sword Master, they attacked you?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "How is it on your side?" Yi Yun suppressed the shock in his heart and answered, "They've been practically annihilated. The remaining few are quite fast, but it isn't a problem because our brothers are already in pursuit. I believe it won't be long before our brothers will return with their heads." Sure enough, a few black-clothed figures flashed over from afar and arrived in front of Yang Yi. One of them said to Yang Yi with excitement, "Sword Master, I killed a spirit realm profounder. Look, this is that profounder's head." As he spoke, he displayed a bloody head to Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled as he gazed at the young man. Yang Yi knew this young man. His name was Qing Shan, and he was a king realm profounder. The reason the young man was so happy was mainly because surmounting one's cultivation to assassinate a profounder at a higher realm of cultivation represented a form of glory amongst all of them. After all, less than 10 of the 100-plus assassins that made up their group were able to accomplish that. Yang Yi stretched out his hand to pat the young man on the shoulder, and then he flipped his palm. 5 top-grade energy stones and 10 top-grade Strider talismans appeared in his hand as he said, "This is your reward." The others immediately revealed expressions of envy when they witnessed this scene, because such a reward was truly too tempting. After all, they might have been unable to earn even a single top-grade energy stone after completing a year of missions in the past. Yet now, they could obtain such generous rewards for just surmounting their realm of cultivation to kill a profounder who was at a higher realm of cultivation. At this moment, all of them urgently desired to look for a spirit realm expert to transform into their target. Qing Shan stored his rewards with slight excitement, and then he said, "Thank you, Sword Master." Yang Yi nodded. He was just about to speak when those 2 black-clothed women in Bairu, sent along with him, had suddenly appeared in front of him. One of them spoke in a low voice. "If you don't want your companions to die, then ask them to leave this place swiftly. There are 3 Exalt Realm experts rushing over here right now." The hearts of Yang Yi and the others immediately sank when they heard this. Chapter 422 Battle against an Exalt Realm expert. Everyone retreat and conceal yourselves. Don't allow yourselves to be discovered. Yang Yi made a prompt decision, because an Exalt Realm expert wasn't someone that Yi Yun and the others could go against. They nodded, and then their figures flashed and vanished beneath the night sky. "Seniors, what ranks of cultivation are those 3 Exalt Realm experts at?" asked Yang Yi. The woman on the left, Qing, was about to answer him when the woman on the right, Hong, spoke coldly before she could. "We can't tell you that." Yang Yi frowned, and then his gaze gradually turned cold as he gazed at them. After a short while, he suppressed the rage in his heart and said, "I can take the reason both of you didn't help earlier as being uninterested in enemies at the spirit realm. But now, Exalt Realm experts have appeared, yet you still refuse to lend a hand. But not only do you refuse to help, you even refuse to reveal information related to them. So, is there any point in having the two of you by my side? In the beginning, he was rather happy when he had two Exalt Realm experts by his side. But all along the way, the two of them hadn't had any intention to help him at all. Moreover, he had a feeling that they were slightly hostile towards him, especially the woman called Hong. The orders we received was to protect you. So, we won't lend a hand unless your life is in danger. Hong spoke in a cold voice. All right. Yang Yi nodded and said, since it's like that, then both of you can return to ancient domain city. I don't need your protection. Yang Yi wasn't being impulsive, and it was actually because he truly couldn't bear the sight of them. Exalt Realm experts, and especially Exalt Realm assassins, were a huge help indeed. But what was the point of keeping them by his side if they refused to do anything for him? Since they refused to cooperate, then they could just fuck off. Hong and Qing were stunned. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Yang Yi would speak such words. After all, Yang Yi was in a very bad situation right now. He actually dares to make two Exalt Realm assassins like us leave while he's in such a situation? Is he all right in the head? And Nanjing nodded while she revealed an expression of praise. Indeed, the strong really shouldn't rely on others. Truthfully speaking, I've wanted to fight an Exalt Realm expert for a long time. Yang Yi rolled his eyes. She really is mad for battle. If these two women weren't too proud and refused to help at all, then how could I have possibly asked them to leave? What do you mean by that? Hong's voice had become cold. Nothing at all. Yang Yi said, I just don't need your protection. So you can return to ancient domain city right now. You're courting death, said Hong in a low voice. Yang Yi said indifferently, that's my problem. Hong's eyes narrowed slightly and flickered with a cold glow. At this moment, Yang Yi suddenly said, even though I'm slightly discontent with the two of you, you're still one of her own, so I don't want to become enemies with the two of you. So, let's part peacefully, all right? Actually, he didn't have a really bad impression of them, and he was just irritated because they refused to help him at all. So, since they couldn't work together, it was best to part ways and avoid arousing displeasure towards each other. You'll regret this. Hong glanced coldly at Yang Yi, and then she led Qing away. Yang Yi grinned, and then he gazed at Nanjing and said, we're practically matchless in the spirit realm. Since it's like that, why don't we fight Exalt Realm experts instead? That's for the best. And Nanjing spoke flatly. Yang Yi grinned while his eyes were filled with battle intent as well. Only by being constantly in battle could one surpass one's limits incessantly. He wasn't confident in his ability to defeat an Exalt Realm expert, but he wanted to give it a try. Moreover, he wanted to see exactly how great the gap between him and an Exalt Realm expert was. Yang Yi and Nanjing left the spot they were at. Even though they had the courage to fight Exalt Realm experts, they weren't idiots. There were 3 Exalt Realm experts amongst the enemy. Even if one of them was the Martial God and the other was the Sword Emperor, they still didn't have the ability to fight a 2-on-3 battle. After all, experts of the Exalt Realm were part of the upper levels of the entire continent. They were extraordinary existences even in the Central Territory. When Yang Yi and Nanjing had just left the spot, Qing and Hong had appeared here once more. Big sister, they actually really intend to challenge Exalt Realm experts. Could it be that they don't know how terrifying such experts are? After all, Exalt Realm experts have touched the profundities of space and are able to utilize some space-related techniques. Moreover, the physical bodies of Exalt Realm experts are practically at a state where it's extremely difficult to harm them. They are courting death. Hong spoke in a low voice. As Exalt Realm experts, they naturally knew how terrifying Exalt Realm experts were. It was undoubtedly a dream for a Spirit Realm expert to surmount a realm of cultivation and fight an Exalt Realm expert, because the gap between these realms could really be described as being like the gap between the heavens and the earth. If Yang Yi and Nanjing were at the peak of the Spirit Realm, then Qing and Hong might believe the two of them possessed the strength to go against Exalt Realm experts. However, what were their current realms of cultivation? One was at the first rank of the Spirit Realm while the other was at the second rank. Qing suddenly said, Big sister, Are we really going back to ancient Domain City? Hong shook her head. She naturally didn't dare to act in such a way. After all, it was an order that Embark herself had given. She knew that Madame Anne's intentions were probably to make them help Yang Yi. However, she couldn't figure out why their madam would order the two of them to help a spirit realm profounder. His natural talent isn't bad, and he's even the first on the hidden dragon rankings. But even then, he isn't worthy of making us sisters become his bodyguard. Shed felt quite uncomfortable in her heart when she received this mission, so Shed been only watching coldly from the side all along the way and hadn't lent a hand. But she hadn't expected that while she didn't like Yang Yi didn't like her as well, and this made her even more displeased. A short while later, Hong said in a low voice, "Let's wait and see. He'll regret his decision once he fights with that Exalt Realm expert. At that time, we'll make him beg us to stay." Qing was just about to say something when she suddenly frowned, and then she gazed towards the distance and said, "Big sister, the three of them are here. Let's go." Their figures flashed and vanished beneath the night sky. Around an eighth of an hour later, three beautiful women arrived at the spot that Yang Yi and the others had been standing at earlier, and their faces immediately turned gloomy when they saw the corpses that covered the ground. Senior Sister Feng Li, "We're too late." A woman with an oval-shaped face spoke in a heavy voice to the woman in the lead. The woman called Feng Li had a gloomy expression as she walked towards the corpses of those disciples from the Flower Palace. When she noticed that all of them had died from a single slit of the throat, Feng Li was sure that it was the League of Doom's work because this was how their assassins usually killed. She immediately said in a cold voice, "The League of Doom? You actually dared to openly attack disciples of my Flower Palace? This enmity is irreconcilable. Feng Dai, notify the palace that we're confirmed it was the League of Doom's doing. Ask the palace to drench a few outposts of the League of Doom with blood." The woman called Feng Dai nodded, and then she withdrew a high-grade transmission talisman and notified the Flower Palace. "Senior Sister, I think that there's something strange about this." Meanwhile, the other woman spoke in a low voice. Feng Li frowned and said, "Feng Xiao, what's strange about it? Feng Jin had already notified us that it was the League of Doom that attacked them. Now, even you've seen it. If it wasn't the League of Doom, then who could have killed them without making a sound? Just look at them. They were either killed with a single strike to the throat or heart. Isn't that the usual method that the League of Doom utilizes to kill? But Senior Sister, have you considered how our Flower Palace and the League of Doom has always stayed out of each other's business? Why would they act against our disciples? Why would they act against our Flower Palace?" asked Feng Xiao. Feng Li thought for a moment and felt that her words made sense. Right at this moment, Feng Dai suddenly said, "Look over there." The two of them looked over and saw that two corpses were lying there, and those corpses were covered by black robes, causing their appearances to be hidden. The three of them flashed over and arrived before the corpses, and then Feng Li waved her right hand. A strand of strange wind blew over and instantly blasted apart the black cloth that covered the corpse's face to reveal its appearance. They didn't recognize the person, but it wasn't long before the daggers and command tokens on the waist of those corpses had instantly drew their attention. Feng Li immediately laughed coldly upon noticing this and said, "Feng Xiao, you have nothing to say now, right?" Feng Xiao wanted to say something, but she immediately sighed in her heart upon noticing Feng Li's expression. She shook her head and didn't speak again. She was clearly aware of how stubborn this senior sister of hers was, and so long as her senior sister firmly believed something, then her senior sister would persist on it until the end. Moreover, she would persist on it even if she knew that it was wrong. So, Feng Xiao didn't say anything. Feng Li glanced coldly towards the surroundings and said, "It wasn't long since they died. In other words, the members of the League of Doom are still hidden in the surroundings. Let's split up to search for them. Kill any members of the League of Doom that you see." Feng Dai suddenly said, "What about Yang Yi? He's just an ant at the spirit realm." Feng Li laughed coldly and said, "How difficult could it be to kill him? Just ignore him for now and let him live for a few more days. It wouldn't be too late to deal with him once we're done with the League of Doom." Feng Dai and Feng Xiao, and then both their figures flashed towards different directions. After they left, Feng Li's figure vanished on the spot as well. Right after the three of them left, a wave of energy fluctuations suddenly arose from a large tree that was around 600 m away from them, and then a black-robed man walked out slowly from behind that tree. He flipped his right hand and a high-grade transmission talisman appeared in his palm, and then he exerted a little force to crush it before he said, "The Flower Palace has dispatched 3 Exalt Realm experts. For some unknown reason, they've attacked our forces. Lung Lu and Lung Yi are both dead, and the assassination was a failure. Please provide further instructions." After he sent the transmission, his figure shook lightly and vanished on the spot. For hours later, the sky had turned bright. Feng Li's divine sense swept out in midair as she searched incessantly. Suddenly, her pupils constricted, and then her figure flashed swiftly towards an open area on the ground below her, and Shed descended on the ground after a mere breath of time. "I've been waiting for you." Yang Yi stood just a little over 30 m in front of Feng Li, and he turned around while a wisp of a smile arose on the corners of his mouth. Chapter 423 Spatial Cage. Yang Ye's hands had become a pair of dragon claws, and he held the extremely hard dragon bone sword in his claw. Yang Yi gazed at Feng Li with a faint smile on his face, while a glow of excitement flickered in the depths of his eyes. How could he not feel excited when he was about to fight an Exalt Realm expert? In the past, Exalt Realm experts were far beyond his reach, and they were existences that he had to look up to, because Exalt Realm experts were practically the top experts of the Southern Territory. After all, the Monarch Realm experts in the Southern Territory mostly consisted of old geezers who lived in seclusion, and they practically never showed themselves to the world. So, when Monarch Realm experts remained in seclusion, the Exalt Realm experts were matchless existences. Now, Yang Yi was about to fight such an expert which he had to look up to in the past. He felt no fear or awe, and all he did feel was excitement and happiness. "You're Yang Yi," Feng Li spoke in a low voice. At the same time, her divine sense swept out to search the surroundings, because it was clear to her that Yang Yi had been waiting for her. However, Yang Yi was merely a spirit realm expert. So, since he dared to wait here for her without a shred of fear, then she believed that Yang Yi definitely possessed some sort of trump card or had set up an ambush. Right at this moment, Yang Yi suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground. He relied on the enormous counterforce and the rapid shift technique inscribed within the dragon shoes to vanish on the spot. He left a seemingly real afterimage behind while his figure had torn through the air and caused a sonic boom as he instantly arrived in front of Feng Li. Slaughter Sword Intent sprayed out without being held back at all, and Dragonbone carried a strand of violet light as it instantly stabbed towards Feng Li's chest. Yang Yi naturally had no interest in talking with her before the battle. After all, was there anything to say between them? Today, only one of them would be walking away alive, and since it was like that, then what was the point of wasting his breath? It was best to just attack. Yang Yi had immediately utilized his full strength when he attacked because he didn't dare act carelessly at all while facing an Exalt Realm expert. Feng Li's face fell when she saw that Head actually launched an attack against her, and then she laughed coldly and said, "An ant like your dares? Slaughter Sword Intent? 7th level Slaughter Sword Intent? Good speed, good sword intent, but that's all." Yang Ye's speed was extremely swift, and it was swift to his limits, but it was still quite slow in Feng Li's eyes, because Exalt Realm experts had a slight grasp of space-related techniques. Moreover, Shed seemed even swifter existences, so Shed gotten accustomed to such speed. Thus, Yang Ye's speed seemed quite slow in her eyes. At this moment, the gap between their cultivations was clearly revealed. Even though Shed clearly noticed the trajectory of Yang Ye's sword, Feng Li hadn't chosen to go head-on against it, because even she didn't dare disregard a sword that carried 7th level Slaughter Sword Intent. Feng Li's figure suddenly dodged to the side when the tip of Yang Ye's sword was about to reach her chest, and Shed barely avoided his attack. She was just about to seize this opportunity to attack, but Yang Ye's sword's trajectory had suddenly changed right at the moment Shed avoided it, and it swept towards the right in an extremely natural manner. This sudden change in the trajectory of his sword wasn't stiff or disharmonious at all, and it was extremely natural. It was like he knew that Feng Li would dodge to that side. Feng Li's expression had finally changed. Even though Yang Yi had merely changed the trajectory of his sword, she was very clearly aware of what it meant. After all, it was very difficult to change the trajectory of a strike that was already completed. It was like a person that was dashing forward madly. Was it possible for that person to suddenly turn around? Swish! Yang Yi's sword was accompanied by a sharp whistle as it directly passed through Feng Li's body. However, it had merely passed through an afterimage. Yang Yi's expression didn't change at all when this happened, because he felt that she wouldn't be worthy of being an Exalt Realm expert if he was able to injure her with such ease. After his first attack missed, Yang Yi didn't hesitate at all to spin his wrist as swiftly stab behind him. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resounded. Yang Yi's claws felt numb while the enormous force that came from Dragonbone caused him to move a few steps forward. Head just stopped moving when Feng Li's figure had appeared in front of him, and then his pupils constricted because he noticed that it was like an invisible barrier had appeared around him and enveloped him within it. It caused him to be unable to move at all. This is a spatial cage, and it can only be utilized at the Exalt Realm. Those that haven't comprehended the profundities of space are unable to break through it, and this is the gap between the Exalt Realm and Spirit Realm. Understand? Feng Li's ridiculing voice suddenly resounded by his ears, and then a sword stabbed towards his chest. At the instant that her sword had just touched his chest, the ridicule on the corners of her mouth had stiffened while Yang Yi laughed coldly. I understand now. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of flames surged out explosively from within him, and then it swept towards the surroundings. The flames seemed to have been obstructed as it swept out, yet it merely stopped for an instant before a light explosion resounded. It was like something had been blasted apart, and then the flames instantly swept towards the surroundings. In just an instant, an area of 30 m around Yang Yi had been enveloped by the flames. On the other hand, Feng Li was over 40 m away, and her eyes instantly revealed a savage glow when she noticed that a corner of her flowery dress had been burnt off. She was a dignified first-rank Exalt Realm expert, yet she had actually almost been injured by an ant at the first rank of the Spirit Realm. What an utter humiliation! How would I possibly be able to hold my head up high in the Southern Territory if news of this spreads? The rage in her eyes died down slightly when she raised her head and looked at the flames, and then it turned into a slightly heavy expression instead. With her experience and knowledge, she had naturally been able to discern that those flames were no ordinary flames, and they should be a natural treasure of legend. When she thought of the words natural treasure, a trace of greed arose in her eyes. Right at this moment, the flames suddenly retracted backward. In next to no time, they transformed into a small ball of flames that floated in front of Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face as well. If it wasn't for his physical defense and the nether ghost flame, then he would be dead now. The gap between the Exalt Realm and Spirit Realm is truly like the gap between the heavens and the earth. You've truly surprised me. Feng Li's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though you're merely at the Spirit Realm, your physical body is comparable to an Exalt Realm Dark Beast, and you even possess a natural treasure of legend. Moreover, you've comprehended Slaughter Sword intent. There's no one amongst the Spirit Realm Profounders of the Southern Territory who can match your strength. However, don't even think that you can challenge an Exalt. Feng Li didn't continue because Yang Yi had already arrived in front of her. Yang Yi really hated it when people mouthed off during battle. After all, they were in a life-and-death battle. So what was the point of saying all of that? He would definitely start talking if it could improve his strength, but the problem was that it couldn't. Since it couldn't, then what was the point of it? In Yang Yi's opinion, it was useless. So, Head directly attacked because attacking was meaningful to him. Feng Li's face fell because Yang Yi's actions were undoubtedly a form of disregard. Not a single person in the world liked the feeling of being disregarded, and Feng Li was no exception. She was truly infuriated this time. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Feng Li had just finished speaking when she suddenly noticed to her astonishment that a pair of enormous wings had swiftly appeared behind Yang Yi's back, and then Yang Yi vanished on the spot. An indescribably feeling of danger suddenly surged into Feng Li's heart, and she instinctively dodged to the side. However, it was still a little late, and a sword that was covered in flames flashed past her left shoulder and caused a strand of blood to instantly spray from it. Yang Yi stopped moving and didn't follow up with another attack while he shook his head with regret. Head utilized the ninth Hell Cold Gale to launch a surprise attack against her, yet Head still been unable to kill her. As expected of an Exalt Realm expert, Feng Li's expression was unsightly to the extreme. She hadn't expected that she would actually be injured by an ant at the spirit realm. A dignified Exalt Realm expert like her had actually been injured by a spirit realm profounder. It was an utter humiliation. She could already imagine how outsider or her rivals in the Flower Palace would taunt, ridicule, and even humiliate her if they found out about this. Feng Li's expression gradually became ferocious. However, she didn't allow her rage to overcome her senses. She shot her gaze towards the pair of wings on Yang Yi's back, and dense shock appeared in her eyes as she said, "Two natural treasures. 2 natural treasures. How could this be possible? How could you possibly possess 2 natural treasures?" Shed never heard of anyone within the Southern Territory possessing such a divine treasure of legend, and Shed merely read about it in the records of her sect. Yet now, she hadn't just laid eyes upon a natural treasure, Shed even seen 2 at the same time. A single person actually possessed 2 natural treasures, and it was even in the possession of a spirit realm profounder. Would anyone even believe it if they heard about it? Yang Yi didn't answer her, of course. He issued a command in his heart, and 200 swords shot into the sky while emanating a violet glow, and then they shot rapidly towards Feng Li. At the same time, the 9th Hell Swordwings behind Yang Yi's back flapped swiftly, and he left a string of afterimages behind as he instantly arrived in front of Feng Li. After that, the nether ghost flames suddenly erupted and swept swiftly towards the surroundings with a shocking impetus. Feng Li's pupils constricted. She didn't dare act carelessly at all, and she immediately moved her right hand forward and clenched it as she suddenly shouted, "Spatial Cage." As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Yi's sword formation and the nether ghost flame had stopped in midair, as if they'd been trapped by something. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of her mouth when she saw this. Exalt Realm experts didn't have to utilize any shocking combat techniques or abilities when facing Spirit Realm Profounders because just a spatial cage would be sufficient to render a Spirit Realm Profounder helpless. Yang Yi was an exception to this rule. However, she felt that it was impossible for even Yang Yi to break through this spatial cage of hers because Shed executed it in a serious manner this time and not casually like she had done before. This time, the spatial cage she created was at least 10 times stronger than the last one. So, unless Yang Yi had attained the Exalt Realm, otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through the barriers of her spatial cage. At this moment, Yang Yi's furious shout suddenly resounded through the surroundings. Sword Domain. Chapter 424 Sword Domain. As soon as Yang Yi spoke, an indescribable and strange energy surged into appearance in an area of 30 m around Yang Yi and Feng Li. Along with the appearance of this energy, the spatial cage Feng Li created had been instantly destroyed, and the swords and nether ghost flame which had been trapped by Feng Li earlier carried terrifying strength as they instantly arrived before her. However, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared around Feng Li when they were just about to come into contact with her, and it obstructed the swords and the nether ghost flame again. At this moment, Feng Li was surprised and astounded. She was surprised because Yang Yi had actually comprehended the sword domain of legend. My God, it's the sword domain. After all, throughout the history of the Southern Territory, only the sword sect's founding ancestor had comprehended it. Yet now, this fellow, Yang Yi, who was only around 20 years of age, had actually comprehended it as well. If it hadn't occurred right before her eyes, then she would never believe that such a thing was true. She is astounded because if she hadn't executed another ability unique to Exalt Realm experts, Spatial Barrier, then she would probably be dead now. Even though Feng Li hated Yang Yi, she had no choice but to admit that this fellow who was only a Spirit Realm Profounder really possessed the strength to kill an Exalt Realm expert. Yang Yi frowned when he saw that he was still unable to kill Feng Li even after utilizing the sword domain to boost the sword formation and nether ghost flame. However, he quickly came to an understanding in his heart. If Exalt Realm experts were so easily killed, then they wouldn't be so rare. However, he still had a chance because Feng Li was within his sword domain. He noticed that even an Exalt Realm expert like Feng Li would still be restrained and suppressed within the sword domain. Moreover, the might carried by those 200 swords had instantly improved by more than 10 times while they were within the sword domain. Coupled with his slaughter sword intent, he still had a chance to break through Feng Li's mysterious barrier. You've actually comprehended the sword domain. Meanwhile, Feng Li stared fixedly at Yang Yi as if she intended to see through him and said, I admit that I've really underestimated you. However, do you think that you can kill me just because you've comprehended the sword domain? How laughable. Perhaps you might have a chance at destroying my spatial barrier if we're able to execute an attack like the one from before. However, you can't now. There isn't much profound energy left within you, right? Feng Li suddenly stopped speaking because she noticed that Yang Yi had suddenly withdrawn a fist-sized and glowing energy stone before starting to absorb the energy within it. After that, she sensed the absolutely abundant energy within the energy stone surge into Yang Yi's body. A top-grade energy stone? You actually possess a top-grade energy stone. Wait, that isn't a top-grade energy stone. It's impossible for one to possess such abundant energy. That's an extreme-grade energy stone. How could you possibly possess such a treasure? Feng Li gazed at Yang Yi with shock. She'd seen extreme-grade energy stones in the past, and she'd seen it in the possession of the Master of Flower Palace. According to the Master of Flower Palace, the Flower Palace had less than 50 of them. Yang Yi's endless abilities and endless top-rate treasures had truly shocked her. Yang Yi shook his head. This woman is really full of nonsense and keeps asking questions that I would never answer. Yang Yi wasn't like others who liked to talk about the origins of their treasures while they had a life and death battle. After he recovered a little profound energy, Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and then the 200 swords instantly executed a ferocious attack against Feng Li. The spatial barrier shook violently, yet it didn't show any signs of breaking. It's useless. This is a barrier created by folding space, and it's utterly impossible for you to break with your current strength. Feng Li shot an icy cold gaze at Yang Yi, while ridicule had appeared on the corners of her mouth again. Is that so? Yang Yi laughed coldly, and then he casually made a tossing motion, causing a huge bunch of top-grade strength talismans to shoot forward and enter the sword formation. After that, he flipped his palm and the ancient sheath appeared there before his profound energy surged into it. In an instant, the swords within the sword domain instantly emanated deafening sword howls. The Sword Emperor's ancient sheath. Feng Li's pupils constricted, and fear had finally appeared in her eyes. The sword domain, ancient sheath, sword intent, top-grade talismans, mysterious profound energy. Feng Li was truly quite terrified this time, because any sword cultivator would look down proudly upon his peers by just possessing one of these. Yet Yang Yi had them all. Feng Li didn't dare continue sitting there and waiting for death to arrive. She was just about to fight desperately, yet Yang Yi had suddenly said, "Break!" Along with his voice, the 200 swords suddenly spun, and then a like bang resounded as the 200 swords instantly enveloped Feng Li beneath their blades. No! Feng Li's miserable and shrill cry suddenly resounded. Feng Li was dead without a doubt, because those 200 swords had made her into a porcupine. Yang Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Feng Li like a porcupine. Suddenly, a strong feeling of emptiness came from within him. Yang Yi laughed bitterly because this attack had completely exhausted all the profound energy within him, and there wasn't even a drop left. Fortunately, had killed Feng Li, Yang Yi felt no excitement or happiness from kill an Exalt Realm expert, and there was only heaviness in his heart. The intense battle from just now allowed him to notice the gap between him and Exalt Realm experts. Firstly, besides that final moment just now, Feng Li hadn't taken him to be a true opponent at all. She'd been constantly underestimating him, and it was even to the extreme. It could be said that Feng Li's death wasn't because of his sword domain or the various trump cards had revealed. The biggest reason for her death was that Shed underestimated him and hadn't taken him to be a true opponent. This allowed him to have an opportunity to take advantage of, and he could force her into the sword domain and kill her. If she took him seriously and fought with her full strength since the beginning, then the outcome would be impossible to determine. This battle allowed Yang Yi to witness how terrifying an Exalt Realm expert was, and he understood that he couldn't hold back or utilize any probing attacks if he faced an Exalt Realm expert in the future. He should utilize all his trump cards as soon as the battle begins. Earlier, if he hadn't utilized the Ancient Sheath and the Strength Talismans to enhance his attacks, then he would probably still be unable to break through her spatial barrier. Yang Yi shook his head and said in a low voice, "Looks like I still have to improve my strength as soon as possible." After he witnessed the terrifying strength possessed by the Exalt Realm, he had quite an urgent desire to improve his strength. Yang Yi glanced at Feng Li's corpse before he gestured with his right hand and took her spatial ring in his hand. He scanned its contents and immediately shook his head when he saw them, and he spoke with discontent. A dignified Exalt Realm expert is actually so poor. What a pile of trash. There were around 8,000 energy stones and a pitiable amount of combat technique and treasures there. Moreover, not a single one of them was at the heaven rank. Besides that, the spacious spatial ring had nothing else within it. This made Yang Yi wish for nothing more than to chop her corpse into pieces because a dignified Exalt Realm expert was actually so poor. What a joke. Actually, Yang Yi hadn't realized that it wasn't Feng Li who was too poor, and it was he who was too rich. At this moment, the wealth within his tiny vortex was something even the entire Flower Palace was probably unable to compete with. Suddenly, Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something, and it caused his eyes to glow. He turned to look at Feng Li's corpse, but the glow in his eyes instantly faded when he saw her corpse. Moreover, there was even a trace of regret that flashed through them, because this woman before him was an Exalt Realm expert, and it would be amazing if she could be refined into a sword servant. Even if he couldn't take control of her now, he could store it for later, and he could refine her into a sword servant when he possessed sufficient strength. Unfortunately, he could only give up on this thought, because Feng Li's body had been transformed into a pile of mush, and he didn't think the sword spirit could recover Feng Li's body to its original state. Yang Yi shook his head with regret. A sword servant at the Exalt Realm is gone just like that. It was impossible for him to not feel regret. However, Yang Yi didn't dwell on it. Since it was gone, then it was gone, and it was meaningless to continue thinking about it. Yang Yi withdrew an extreme-grade energy stone and was just about to start absorbing the profound energy within it when a voice suddenly resounded from behind him. "I never expected that you would actually be able to kill Feng Li. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own two eyes, I would never believe that a Spirit Realm Profounder killed an Exalt Realm expert." Yang Yi's heart shook when he heard this, and then he swiftly turned around and saw a beautiful woman wearing a flowery dress of the Flower Palace standing behind him. The woman was around 30 plus and possessed a very beautiful appearance. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that she was an Exalt Realm expert. It was exactly Feng Xiao. At this moment, Feng Xiao was extremely shocked because Shed witnessed a first-rank Spirit Realm Profounder kill a first-rank Exalt Realm expert. This wasn't just an act of surmounting a level to kill an opponent. Just as Shed said, she would never believe that such an extraordinarily monstrous genius had appeared in the Southern Territory if she hadn't witnessed it herself. "How long have you been here?" asked Yang Yi in a heavy voice. It wasn't that he wanted to waste his breath on her, but he didn't even have a drop of profound energy left within his body. He had to strive to obtain time to absorb profound energy. On the other hand, if he were to rely solely on his physical body in a battle against an Exalt Realm expert, then all he could do was suffer a beating. "I've been here since before you killed her." Feng Xiao walked over to Feng Li's side. She shook her head as she gazed at Feng Li who had been transformed into a pile of mush, and then she waved her hand, causing Feng Li's corpse to instantly sink into the ground. Even though they didn't really get along, all enmity had come to an end along with Feng Li's death. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he heard Feng Li, and then he said, Since you were here for a long time, then why didn't you save her? At this moment, besides bewilderment, there was also fear in Yang Ye's heart. Because if this woman had attacked earlier, then he would have to face two Exalt Realm experts at the same time. If that happened, then he could only flee, and he might not even be able to succeed. Feng Xiao shook her head and withdrew something, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Do you recognize this thing?" Yang Ye's pupils constricted violently when he saw the thing in Feng Li's hand, and then a light thump resounded as the extreme-grade energy stone in Yang Ye's hand had fallen to the ground. Chapter 425, A 5th Rank Exalt. The woman before him had withdrawn a wooden hairpin. The hairpin was very ordinary, and it was just one that had been crafted from ordinary wood. The reason Yang Yi lost his composure was that he recognized it. This hairpin was something Head personally carved for his mother all those years ago. Head carved two at that time, and had given one to little Yao while he gave the other to his mother. This hairpin before him was the exact same hairpin Head given his mother. The scenes of the past appeared within Yang Ye's mind as he gazed at the hairpin. "Mother, this is for you. Once I'm older, they'll definitely buy a real hairpin for you. Just like the one the madam of the Liu clan uses. Year, Mother likes this one that you made. I don't like the hairpin that the madam of the Liu clan uses. Big brother, little Yao wants one as well. All right. Big brother will make one for you right away. Just wait, it'll be done in no time." Yang Ye's eyes gradually became wet. A short while later, Yang Yi calmed the emotions in his heart and raised his head to gaze at Feng Xiao. He said, "Who are you?" Even though she was a member of the Flower Palace, he was sure that she had no ill intent towards him. Because she was someone his mother trusted, otherwise, it was impossible for his mother to hand this hairpin over to her. However, he didn't let his guard down. Because it was always better to be safe than sorry. "I'm your mother's junior sister," Feng Xiao said. "All those years ago, we joined the Flower Palace together and became inner court disciples together. Her natural talent surpassed mine, so she would definitely become an elite disciple. Unfortunately, she met your father when she left the sect to temper herself, and then shed doomed now." "Why would my mother give that to you?" asked Yang Yi. "Because I'm the person she trusts the most within the entire Flower Palace." Feng Xiao walked slowly towards to Yang Yi. She immediately stopped moving when she saw Yang Ye's vigilant expression and said, "You should be aware that I hold no ill intent towards you. Otherwise, if I were to have made a move while you fought Feng Li, then would you have any chance of surviving?" "You haven't answered my question." Yang Yi stared her in the eyes while another extreme-grade energy stone was already in his palm. Around 30% of his profound energy had already recovered during this time that they were talking. Even though he believed what she said, he refused to trust her completely. It should be said that so long as it was someone from the Flower Palace, then he wouldn't truly trust that person. Feng Xiao shook her head when she noticed that vigilance still remained in Yang Ye's eyes, and she said, "Fine. I can understand why you refuse to trust me. Your mother asked me to pass a message to you. She asked you not to save her. Just take your younger sister along, leave the Southern Territory, and never come back. Unless you attain the Monarch Realm, otherwise, you're not allowed to avenge her. Otherwise, she will never forgive." Yang Ye's grasp on Dragonbone instantly tightened. A short while later, he glanced at Feng Xiao and said, "You can leave." Feng Xiao frowned and said, "Your mother asked you to take your younger sister along and leave the Southern Territory. Could it be that you even refused to listen to her? I know you want to rescue your mother, but are you aware of the Flower Palace's resources and reserves? Don't even think that you can shake the Flower Palace just because you can kill an Exalt Realm expert. Not to mention you. Even the forces of the entire Sword Sect might not be sufficient to shake the Flower Palace. Don't you think that you're letting your mother down by not cherishing your life like this, even after she sacrificed herself to save both you and your younger sister?" When she spoke up to this point, Feng Xiao paused for a moment, and then her voice became gently as she said, "Your natural talent is the most monstrous I've even seen. Even if you can't become an extraordinary expert like the Sword Sect's founding ancestor in the future, your natural talent would definitely allow you to become What's the point of becoming an extraordinary expert like the sword sect's founding ancestor at that time? Yang Yi interrupted her and said, "It would be meaningless even if I become invincible throughout the world at that time, because my mother would be died, right? Firstly, thank you for your concern, but I've made my decision, so you don't have to persuade me. Because of my mother, I'll give you a piece of advice. Stay far away from the Flower Palace because only death awaits you if you return there." "What do you mean?" Feng Xiao frowned. Yang Yi shook his head, and he didn't speak another word. He just turned around and walked away. Right at this moment, Feng Xiao's figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. The profound energy within Yang Yi's body surged as he said in a low voice, "What? If she attacked, then the situation would be quite bad for him, because less than 50% of his profound energy had recovered at this moment. However, he wasn't afraid as well. After all, he had 2 sword servants. Your mother instructed me that I can't allow you to return to the Southern Territory, and I can use force if necessary." Feng Xiao spoke in a low voice. "I don't want to do that. However, I have no choice if you insist on returning to the Southern Territory. Just give it a try." It wasn't Yang Yi who spoke these words, but in Nanjing. Yang Yi and Feng Xiao looked over towards the source of the voice, and they saw Nanjing walking slowly towards them with Sky Split in her hand. Moreover, Nanjing was carrying a human head with her left hand. Feng Xiao's expression changed when she saw this head because it belonged to Feng Dai. Nanjing walked over to Yang Yi's side, disregarded Feng Xiao, and casually tossed the head away while she said, "You didn't disappoint me." At this moment, when she saw Yang Yi alive, she knew that the Exalt Realm expert who Yang Yi chose was probably dead. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched as he glanced at the head that rolled off to the side. What exactly did that woman do to infuriate Nanjing to the point Nanjing chopped off her head? Yang Yi turned around to glance at Nanjing, and then he shook his head in his heart. Even though had expected that she could defeat an Exalt Realm expert, he was still shocked when he saw the head of that Exalt Realm expert. However, he would be disappointed instead if she was unable to kill an Exalt Realm expert. "What do you think?" asked Yang Yi. Nanjing knew what he was asking her about. She pondered deeply for a moment before she said, "Exalt Realm experts have an advantage that's beyond our reach, and that's their grasp of space. However, besides that, they have no advantage at all when it comes to the utilization of combat techniques or speed. So long as a Spirit Realm expert can destroy their spatial abilities by force, then it isn't difficult to kill them." Nanjing spoke in a very calm voice, and it was like Exalt Realm experts were nothing to her. Feng Xiao was extremely shocked when she heard this. She hadn't expected that this woman would have actually killed Feng Dai. Even though Feng Dai's strength was slightly inferior to Feng Li, Feng Dai was still at the Exalt Realm. Moreover, Nanjing made it sound like Exalt Realm experts weren't anything great. It was better for Yang Yi because had always known how terrifying she was. Indeed, besides their ability to utilize space, Exalt Realm experts probably had no other advantage in any other aspect when they were against a Nanjing. After all, had personally experienced a Nanjing's triad mantra, and she hadn't even executed it with her full strength at the time. In short, a Nanjing was terrifying, and she couldn't be judged by convention. Actually, Yang Yi hadn't thought about how he was the same as her. Both of them couldn't be judged by convention. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly gazed at Feng Xiao, and then her brows raised as she spoke while filled with the intent to do battle. "Shall we fight?" The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched when he heard this. Has this woman gotten addicted to killing? On the other hand, Feng Xiao frowned instead. As an Exalt Realm expert, she naturally had pride and dignity of her own. Now, a Spirit Realm Profounder was actually challenging her. Is she looking down on me? The profound energy within Feng Xiao's body surged, and she was just about to attack when Yang Yi moved to stand between the two of them. Yang Yi gazed at Feng Xiao and said, "Just go." She was someone his mother trusted in the end, and she didn't have any ill intent towards him. So, he truly didn't want her to die at Nanjing's hands. "You think she can kill me?" Feng Xiao spoke in a low voice. If it wasn't for Yang Yi, she would have already attacked after she was provoked by a Spirit Realm Profounder like that. "She really can." Yang Yi said, "You know about the martial god?" "She's it." That spear in her hand is the legendary Sky Split. Besides that, she possesses 6 intents and the inheritances of 22 martial gods. Do you think it's impossible for her to kill you? And Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi with displeasure while she said in her heart, "What a meddlesome fellow." However, she didn't speak about fighting again because Shed noticed that there was a certain relationship between Yang Yi and this woman. Feng Xiao's expression changed when she heard Yang Yi. She was naturally aware what the title martial god and Sky Split was in existence that surpassed Dao artifacts. Besides that, and Nanjing possessed 6 intents and the inheritances of 22 martial gods. At this moment, Feng Xiao understood why Feng Dai had perished. Not to mention Feng Dai, under the condition that she was unaware of a Nanjing's ability and underestimated her opponent, then even she was very likely to be killed in a battle against a Nanjing, the martial god and the sword emperor. In the past, only these two people were capable of surmounting realms of cultivation to do battle. Yet now, both of them are right before me. But haven't the martial god and sword emperor always been fated rivals? Why is the martial god helping Yang Yi? Yang Yi spoke indifferently. I'll give you one last piece of advice because of my mother. Leave the Southern Territory and the Flower Palace right away. I can't tell you the reason, and it's just a piece of advice. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. If it wasn't for his mother, he would have joint forces with Nanjing, and this woman would definitely die. However, he knew that if he really did that, then his mother would definitely feel guilty once he rescued his mother. Moreover, this woman seemed to have come to pass a message to him, so even his conscience wouldn't allow him to kill her. Even though he acted according to his heart, he still had his limits. Feng Xiao glanced at Yang Yi and at Nanjing, and then she fell silent for a while before she said, "I know that you definitely have some sort of other trump card, but, alas. Fine, I don't want to interfere in this matter anymore." Right, the experts of the Origin School waiting for you aren't something that the disciples of the Ghost Sect or my Flower Sect can compare to. Even though they only have a single Exalt Realm expert amongst them, he is at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm. Moreover, he once seized the 1st position during the Ascension rankings. Both of you must absolutely not challenge him to battle. After all, he was once famous for surmounting his rank of cultivation to kill his opponents. Yang Yi unconsciously frowned when he heard Feng Xiao, a 5th rank Exalt Realm expert. That's quite difficult to deal with. Chapter 426: The Power of Money. Feng Xiao was gone. No one knew if Shed returned to the Flower Palace or gone somewhere else. In Yang Ye's opinion, none of that mattered because had given her a warning, and he couldn't do anything if Shed still returned to the Flower Palace. Yang Yi suddenly said, "How much longer do the two of you intend to keep watching for?" After Yang Yi finished speaking, a few breaths of time passed before two black-clothed women suddenly appeared here, and they were none other than Hong and Qing. And Nanjing glanced indifferently at them and remained silent. Obviously, Shed noticed them a long time ago. Hong exclaimed, "How did you notice us?" At this moment, tempestuous waves of shock were surging through their hearts. They'd witnessed the battle between Yang Yi and Feng Xiao from the beginning until the end. They hadn't imagined that Yang Yi would really be able to kill an Exalt Realm expert. Moreover, Yang Yi actually possessed 2 natural treasures and had comprehended sword domain as well. However, this wasn't the end of their shock. Most importantly, Yang Yi had actually noticed their presence. They weren't being conceited, but their ability to conceal their aura was something that even an expert at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm couldn't detect. But Yang Yi had noticed their presence. Yang Yi was only a 1st-rank Spirit Realm Profounder. Yang Yi had naturally noticed their presence. After all, there was a white dragon at the Monarch Realm within him. Even though the white dragon couldn't come out and help him, even a mosquito couldn't escape its detection within an area of 5 kilometers around Yang Yi. Of course, this was naturally far from the limits of the white dragon's strength, but it couldn't expose its aura excessively. After all, they were still within the confines of the ancient battlefield. Otherwise, its divine sense could immediately cover half the Southern Territory. Did the two of you come back because you needed something? He didn't have much ill intent towards them, and he was just discontent. The facts prove that he could still kill an Exalt Realm expert even without their help. We underestimated the two of you, Hong said in a low voice, as expected of the Sword Emperor and Martial God. You were actually able to kill Exalt Realm experts while at the Spirit Realm. But do the two of you really think you can return to the Southern Territory? The woman from before left some things out, like besides a formidable 5th-rank Exalt Realm expert, there are another 3 peak Spirit Realm experts and over 100 peak King Realm Profounders. Even if we disregard them all, just that 5th-rank Exalt Realm expert is capable of annihilating all of you. What's the point of telling me all of that? Yang Yi kept his sword and said indifferently, in any case, the two of you want lend a hand, right? So, if there's nothing else the two of you need, then please do return. As for our safety, you don't have to trouble yourselves worrying about it. Hong frowned while a wisp of displeasure flashed through her eyes while she said to herself, this fellow really doesn't know how to read the situation and act accordingly. If she could return, then she would have definitely returned immediately. But if she did that, then she would definitely be punished by the madam of her clan. Otherwise, she wouldn't waste her time here like she was doing right now. Now, she had even tried to be a little more modest, but this fellow before her still intended to drive them away. Does he really think we really have to stay here and beg him to let us protect him? It isn't that we refuse to help you kill. Meanwhile, Qing, who didn't speak much, spoke in a light voice. It's just that Master said we can't take the initiative to help you unless your life is in danger. Master is very strict, so both Big Sister and dare not disobey her. Otherwise, we'll suffer very strict punishment. Qing and Hong had completely different characters. Hong was quite stubborn and rude, whereas Qing had a completely opposite character. She was quite weak and delicate, and she was even soft-spoken. I don't need your protection, Yang Yi said. Just say that it was I who asked the two of you to return. It was naturally a good thing to have the protection of 2 Exalt Realm assassins, but he truly disliked the woman called Hong. Moreover, they refused to assist him, so allowing them to stay would only make both sides feel displeased. But we'll definitely be punished by the madam if we return. Qing's voice carried slight anxiousness. Then help me kill. Yang Yi was delighted. If it was as Qing said, then they would definitely not dare to act in that way. So, he could utilize it to negotiate with them. But Qing intended to continue, but she was interrupted by Yang Yi. There are no buts. If you choose to continue following me, then help me kill, and you can leave if you don't. Of course, you can follow me by force, but don't blame me for complaining about the two of you to your madam. After all, there's a business relationship between me and your clan. You should have noticed the equipment sets those brothers of mine are using, right? It was your madam who sold them to me. So, my relationship with your madam is very good. Otherwise, she wouldn't ask the two of you to come with me, right? Yang Yi slightly admired himself after he finished speaking these words because he was actually able to stay calm and composed as he lied now. The two of them believed Yang Yi, and it wasn't just them. Even in Nanjing believed him. It was none other than because if there was no business relationship between the clan and Yang Yi, then how could Embark have possibly given Yang Yi so many sets of heaven-rank equipment? How could she have dispatched 2 Exalt Realm assassins to follow Yang Yi? But in Nanjing wondered exactly what deal Yang Yi had made with Embark to make the Southern clan pay such a huge price. Even though she was puzzled, and Nanjing had never asked about it. In her opinion, she was merely curious and a little puzzled by it, but it wasn't at the extent of making her interested to find out the answer. The two of them fell silent. Truthfully speaking, they were naturally unwilling to obey the orders of a Spirit Realm Profounder. However, this Sword Emperor who stood before them was one who went to extremes, and he was a decisive and ruthless person. So, if they didn't do as he said, then not to mention complaining about them to Madam, the slightest conflict might even make him raise his sword against them. If it was in the past, then they would naturally not fear Yang Yi. However, they had no choice but to fear him now. Yang Yi and Nanjing possessed the strength to kill Exalt Realm experts, and there were over 100 assassins in the surroundings. Moreover, their concealment technique was utterly useless before Yang Yi. Their shock increased the more they thought about it, because if Yang Yi had the intention to kill them, then it might really be possible if he was willing to pay a certain price. What about this? 10 top-grade energy stones had suddenly appeared in Yang Ye's palm, and he said, "They'll give you 10 top-grade energy stones for every single person you kill for me. What do you think?" He didn't want to shed all pretenses with them. After all, there was no bitter enmity between them, and if it were possible, it was best if they could cooperate with each other. Really? Their eyes immediately lit up when they saw the top-grade energy stones in Yang Ye's palm. Top-grade energy stones were treasures that were precious even to them. After all, ordinary energy stones were utterly incapable of providing them with sufficient energy at their current realms of cultivation, and only top-grade energy stones and extreme-grade energy stones could satisfy their needs. Yang Yi was delighted when he heard this and said to himself, "Looks like I have a chance." Yang Yi didn't beat around the bush. He casually tossed over those 10 top-grade energy stones and said, 10 for a King Realm Profounder, 30 for a Spirit Realm Profounder, 50 and 5 top-grade Strider Talismans for an Exalt Realm Profounder. All right? What did he lack the least right now? It was energy stones and wealth. There were over 30,000 extreme-grade energy stones within the tiny vortex. A single extreme-grade energy stone could be exchanged for 100 top-grade energy stones. In other words, he had over 3 million top-grade energy stones. Qing was about to agree when Hong said, 80 for an Exalt Realm Expert, 150 for an Exalt Realm Expert at the 5th rank or above. I'm not trying to extort you on purpose, but Exalt Realm Experts at the 5th rank or above have an even deeper understanding and grasp of spatial techniques. Moreover, they can execute spatial teleportation for a short distance, so it's very difficult to assassinate them. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short moment and said, "All right." Top-grade energy stones were nothing to him, but 2 Exalt Realm Experts were quite important to him instead. As for what she said about not extorting him on purpose, Head just acted as if he hadn't heard it. After all, he could at least hire 4 Exalt Realm Experts in the Southern Territory with 80 energy stones as the price, but their quality would probably be inferior to these 2. No matter what, all of that was just a trivial matter, and he couldn't be bothered to start bargaining with them. The 2 of them were immediately delighted when they heard Yang Yi agree. Even though they were assassins fostered by the clan, they received a fixed amount of cultivation resources every single month, and it wasn't much as well. Just take top-grade energy stones, for example. They merely received just 10 per month, and these 10 were utterly insufficient for them to cultivate with. So, they would usually accept some assignments as well. However, when the rewards of those assignments were compared to the compensation that Yang Yi provided, the gap was simply like the gap between the heavens and the earth. Hong hesitated for a moment before she said, "I have some friends as well. If you have sufficient wealth and need them, then I can ask them to come over as well." Yang Yi was stunned, and then he felt overjoyed and said, "What are their cultivations like?" "They're all at the Exalt Realm," said Hong. "How many?" "Around 20 plus." "All right, bring all of them here." Yang Yi wasn't able to maintain his composure anymore. Over 20 Exalt Realm assassins. My God. In the past, he didn't believe it when others said that money was all-powerful, but he believed it now. So long as he was wealthy, then was there any expert he couldn't hire?
But
Hong glanced at Yang Yi and was slightly hesitant as if she wanted to say something. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he quickly understood what she meant. He immediately said, "See those sets of equipment that my brothers are wearing? You should know how much they are worth, right? Besides that, would your madam work with me if I were poor? So, don't worry about money. Just ask them to hurry over here, right? The 2 of you don't have to go back. They'll give you some top-grade transmission talismans so you can notify them right away." Yang Yi withdrew a few top-grade transmission talismans and tossed them over to the 2 women. Both of them thought for a moment and felt that Yang Yi made sense, so they immediately stopped hesitating and utilized the transmission talismans to notify the assassins in Ancient Domain City. "Are you very rich?" Meanwhile, and Nanjing had remained silent until now had suddenly spoken. Yang Yi was stunned. He didn't know why Shed asked this question, but he didn't think too much of it and immediately chuckled. "I'm not very rich. It's just all right." "Haha." And Nanjing pondered deeply for a moment before she said, "My clan has 26 at the Exalt Realm. Amongst them, 4 are at the 3rd rank of the Exalt Realm, 1 is at the 6th rank of the Exalt Realm, and the rest are at the 1st and 2nd rank of the Exalt Realm. If you have sufficient top-grade energy stones, I do. Yang Yi interrupted her and said with slight excitement, ask all of them to come over. Right? Even if they have no one to kill, they'll give each of them 3 top-grade energy stones per day. You two sisters can stop staring at me. Your group will be the same as hers. From today onward, they'll provide all of you with 3 top-grade energy stones per day, even if I don't make you kill anymore. Of course, there's a condition to it, and it's that you have to obey my orders during this period. Naturally, these orders will be within the scope of your ability. I want to ask all of you to assassinate Monarch Realm experts. All right, Hong was the first to agree. We're really going to get rich this time. And Nanjing nodded to display her agreement, and then she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, give me 80 top-grade energy stones first. Why? Yang Yi was puzzled. I just killed an Exalt Realm expert. Chapter 427 Spare No One. Yang Yi would naturally not refuse her. He withdrew 100 top-grade energy stones and passed them to her. And Nanjing nodded with satisfaction, and then she withdrew a transmission talisman to notify the expert of her clan. Before this, Nanjing, Qing, and Hong had merely come to help Yang Yi within the scope of their ability, and they wouldn't fight with their lives on the line for Yang Yi's sake, nor would they take the initiative to help him kill, because their assignments would be complete once Yang Yi returned to the Southern Territory. But now, they were willing to kill their way back to the Southern Territory with Yang Yi. At this moment, top-grade energy stones were like rocks to Yang Yi, and he had a huge bunch of them. However, they were extremely precious and important to people like Hong and the others. It was truly too enticing and impossible to refuse. Even Nanjing was tempted by it. It could be said that their relationship had transformed into a cooperative relationship. Yang Yi paid, and they killed. If they wanted more, then they had to kill more for him. No one had to care about the other's thoughts or mood, and it was just that simple. At this moment, Yang Yi was extremely excited because he had a few dozen Exalt Realm experts on his side. So how could he not feel excited? With these Exalt Realm experts by his side, he was even more confident in his ability to deal with the Flower Palace. Well, go kill that 5th-rank Exalt Realm expert right now. Meanwhile, Hong spoke abruptly. In her eyes, that Exalt Realm expert was a pile of top-grade energy stones, and she felt slightly impatient. However, Shed still asked Yang Yi's opinion. After all, Yang Yi was their employer. Yang Yi shook his head and said, there's no rush for that. We'll make a move. The others have arrived. I intend to annihilate all the members of the Origin School who came here this time. Since the Origin School had acted openly against him, then he naturally intended to annihilate them all, and he didn't care if it was the #1 sect of the Southern Territory. They were already trying to kill him, so why would he even care about all of that? Hong nodded, and then she moved over to the side with Qing. Yang Yi withdrew an extreme-grade energy stone and placed it in his pocket before he sat cross-legged at the side, and then he started to slowly absorb the energy within it. Had obtained a huge amount of gains during the battle with Feng Li just now, and the greatest gain was that he felt he was about to advance. However, the profound energy within his body was insufficient right now, so it was utterly incapable of providing him the necessary energy to advance. Now, he had to recover his profound energy as soon as possible, and then improve his strength. Only his own strength was true strength, and he naturally understood this principle. And Nanjing's eyes lit up when she noticed the energy fluctuations around Yang Yi. She knew that he was showing signs of advancing, and excitement immediately appeared in her eyes because the stronger he was, the happier she would be. This was the heart of the strong that the martial god possessed. The Flower Palace. Flower Hall. Flower Palace was situated within a mountain valley, and numerous precipitous mountains resided all around the valley. These mountains were covered in all sorts of gorgeous flowers. One could absolutely not underestimate these flowers because the area of a few hundred kilometers around the Flower Palace was enveloped by its sect-guarding grand formation, the Flower Slaughter Formation. Once it was activated, these flowers would become weapons of slaughter. According to rumor, the Flower Slaughter Formation had once annihilated a half-step Saint Realm expert. A few dozen elders and guardians of the Flower sect stood within the hall, and a beautiful woman in palace clothes sat cross-legged at the seat of the host. The beautiful woman was the master of the flower palace, Yuling Long. Feng Dai and Feng Li's soul tablets have shattered. I presume that they're dead. Palace Master, please issue the order to annihilate the League of Doom's outposts around our flower palace to make a display of our palace's might. A woman spoke in a low voice to Yuling Long. The League of Doom is really getting more and more arrogant. They actually dared to openly assassinate disciples of our flower palace. Do they really think our flower palace is afraid of them? Palace Master, please issue the order to annihilate all members of the League of Doom. Otherwise, our flower palace will definitely suffer a blow to its reputation, and it would allow others to think that we're afraid of the League of Doom. I think that this matter is quite strange. After all, our flower palace and the League of Doom have always existed in harmony, and there have been no conflicts between our forces. Why would they suddenly and brazenly kill 2 of our elders and numerous disciples this time? Don't you think it's quite suspicious? A young woman with a sword hanging on her waist had suddenly spoken. What's suspicious about it? It looks to me like you're afraid of the League of Doom. They are assassins, so they would even kill their own parents for money, let alone the disciples of our flower palace? Exactly. Since they killed disciples of our flower palace, then it's definitely because someone paid a huge amount of money to hire them. We naturally have to take revenge on the League of Doom, but Jingzhu thinks that we should first find out who exactly hired the League of Doom. Only by dragging out the person pulling the strings would we be able to deal with the root of this problem. Otherwise, it would be useless even if we annihilate the entire League of Doom. The young woman spoke slowly. Everyone here nodded with agreement upon hearing the women with a sword. Even Yu Linglong's gaze had praise in it as she gazed at the woman. As expected of my personal disciple and the #1 choice to become the next master of Flower Palace. At this moment, even the beautiful woman who refuted the woman with the sword had fallen silent as well. Jingzhu, then in your opinion, what should we do right now? It was Yu Linglong who asked this question. The woman called Jingzhu pondered deeply for a moment before she said, our disciples headed to the ancient battlefield to kill Yang Yi, but all of them were annihilated while senior sister Feng Xiao's whereabouts are unknown. I guess that this incident might be related to Yang Yi. Meanwhile, the elder who refuted Jingzhu earlier laughed coldly and said, he's just an ant at the spirit realm. What ability does he have to kill the members of our flower palace? What ability does he possess to hire the League of Doom to go against our flower palace? Elder Ming, he isn't an ant. He's the first on the hidden dragon rankings and the sword emperor of this era. Jingzhu spoke indifferently. I don't think that the first on the hidden dragon rankings and the person that mysterious ancient sheath acknowledged as its master would be an ant. Besides that, even if he can't hire the League of Doom, this incident is definitely related to him. So, I suggest that we dispatch experts to the ancient battlefield and capture him. At that time, the truth will probably be revealed. It's best if the palace master herself sets out. In this way, unless that existence from the League of Doom is there, he'll definitely be captured with ease. Yu Linglong shook her head and said, let's put this matter aside for now. He's only a spirit realm profounder. No matter how much of a monstrous genius he is, he still can't do much. Presently, we have to gather our entire strength and be constantly prepared to deal with Daoist Zue's attempt to overcome the Heaven Path. As for the League of Doom, dispatch some members to clean up the League of Doom's outposts around our palace to give them a warning. We'll really get even with them once all of this is over. As for Yang Yi, ignore him for now because the members of the Origin School will naturally deal with him. Since the palace master herself had spoken, the others naturally had no objections, and they spoke in unison. Yes, that woman called, Jingzhu, sighed in her heart, and she felt slightly helpless. She didn't know Yang Yi and had only heard about his deeds. In her opinion, Yang Yi would definitely become a huge enemy for the Flower Palace in the future, so the palace should stop at nothing to eliminate him. Unfortunately, no one in the entire Flower Palace was able to take Yang Yi seriously. Even if Yang Yi was the first on the Hidden Dragon rankings and called the Sword Emperor, they still refused to take him seriously, because Yang Yi was only a spirit realm profounder in the end, and just a single Exalt realm expert would be sufficient to eliminate him with ease. A day later, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly and let out a light breath of air. A ball of foul energy drifted out slowly from his mouth, and then he casually swept it away with a wave of his hand while a wisp of delight flashed through his eyes. The second rank of the spirit realm? And Nanjing suddenly spoke from the side. Yang Yi nodded while a wisp of a smile couldn't help but form on the corners of his mouth. Even though Head merely advanced by a single rank of cultivation, he was able to sense that the space within the tiny vortex had become slightly larger. Moreover, the violet-colored profound energy within him had gradually undergone a slight transformation. Even though it was very slight, Head still sensed it. In short, his gains were pretty good. Suddenly, Yang Yi looked towards the two groups of profounders who stood respectively behind in Nanjing and the sisters, Qing and Hong. Yang Yi was shocked inwardly when he sensed the auras emanated by them because all these 40-plus profounders were actually Exalt Realm experts. Moreover, if he didn't rely on the White Dragon's help, then he would actually be unable to sense the cultivations and auras possessed by a few of them. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. A pile of top-grade energy stones instantly flew towards them with a wave of his hand, and he said, "This is your compensation for today. I presume all of you are aware of the compensation for each kill. Do you have any objections? Will we really be paid with 150 top-grade energy stones and top-grade talismans for killing experts at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm and above?" A black-clothed figure behind Hong spoke in a deep voice. Even though Hong and Qing were there as guarantors, they still didn't really believe it because such compensation really was quite high. Of course, they were mostly worried that Yang Yi didn't have the funds. Yang Yi knew what they were worried about. He immediately waved his right hand, and then a blank piece of talisman paper appeared in front of him. Yang Yi directly picked up his talisman brush and started crafting, and less than an hour had passed before a top-grade Strider talisman had appeared before their eyes. Their expression changed when they saw the top-grade Strider talisman. They would naturally not take an ordinary talisman seriously, but a top-grade talisman was different. A talisman of such quality even provided them with an extremely obvious increase. Of course, they were shocked that Yang Yi was actually a talisman master, and he was even one who was capable of crafting a top-grade talisman in such a short time. When it came to talismans masters, and especially Earth talisman masters and above, even Exalt Realm experts like them had to be respectful when dealing with such talisman masters. Because besides the fact that they might have to ask for talisman from such talisman masters, it was also because such talisman masters were rich, and money was extremely terrifying when it arrived at a certain level. In short, they believed that Yang Yi was sufficiently wealthy because how could a talisman master that was such a monstrous genius lack wealth? When he saw that they had no objections, Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Jade Cloud Mountain Range. It was the final mountain range on the way to the Grand Myriad Mountains, and they would arrive within the territory of the Grand Myriad Mountains once they traversed it. I haven't seen Gray and Silver in a long time. Right, Xiaoling as well. I wonder how they've developed until now. Yang Yi thought in his heart before his expression turned cold. He said, "Spare no one on Jade Cloud Mountain Range." Chapter 428. Over 150 disciples of the Origin School were seated cross-legged within a valley on Jade Cloud Mountain Range, and they were cultivating in silence. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man, Yuan Jia. He was a 5th-rank Exalt Realm expert, and had seized the once position during one of the Ascension rankings in the past. At this moment, Yuan Jia was rather displeased because a dignified 5th-rank Exalt Realm expert like him had been sent to kill a profounder at the 1st rank of the Spirit Realm. Even if this Spirit Realm profounder had seized the one-star the Ascension rankings in the past, was the one-star the Hidden Dragon rankings now, and was even the Sword Emperor of the current era, Yuan Jia was still displeased. Because no matter what, Yang Yi was only a 1st-rank Spirit Realm cultivator in the end. So, it was truly quite a waste talent and ability to dispatch him here. Even though he was displeased, had still come here because it was an order the sect master himself had issued. He was ordered to prevent Yang Yi from returning alive to the Southern Territory, no matter the cost. The reason had been dispatched was only to make certain that the mission to kill Yang Yi would be successful. Yuan Jia glanced at the group behind him, and then he hesitated for a moment before he said, I alone am enough. All of you can go back. The reason Head brought these disciples along was mainly in order to take precautions against others who might secretly assist Yang Yi, and these disciples could obtain information for him. However, their presence wasn't necessary anymore because this valley was the only path that led to the Grand Myriad Mountains. So, unless Yang Yi was willing to spend at least half a month going around, then Yang Yi would have no choice but to come through here. The disciples behind Yuanjia hesitated for a moment, and then they bowed to Yuanjia before they turned around and left. They didn't dare to defy his orders. Just 15 minutes after they left, Yang Yi and Nanjing walked slowly over into the valley, and they appeared within Yuanjia's field of vision as well. "You're Yang Yi?" Yuanjia wasn't surprised, and he asked this question with a very calm voice. It seemed like Head expected Yang Yi's appearance here. Yang Yi was slightly surprised instead. He suppressed the confusion in his heart and nodded. "Looks like you expected that I would come here. The sect master wouldn't have sent me here if those fellows from the Ghost Sect and Flower Palace could kill you with ease." Yuanjia sized Yang Yi up and said, "Not bad. Your cultivation is solid while your sword intent is sharp. As expected of the most outstanding genius in the Sword Dao, after the founding ancestor of the Sword Sect. Unfortunately, if you joined my origin school at that time, then the Southern Territory would definitely belong to my origin school is less than 100 years. Yuanjia was speaking sincerely because it wasn't just Yuanjia who felt that it was regretful. Even the entire origin school and Yuan Tian himself felt that it was slightly regretful. Because if they knew that Yang Yi was such a monstrous genius who could seize the once position on the hidden dragon rankings, then they wouldn't have hesitated to stand by Yang Yi's side even if they had to form irreconcilable enmity with the Flower Palace. Unfortunately, not only had they failed to recruit Yang Yi, they'd even become sworn enemies with him. When facing an enemy that possessed such potential, the best method was naturally elimination before the enemy could grow. Yang Yi smiled indifferently, and then he said, "You seem to be very confident in your ability to kill me here. Aren't you the same?" Yuanjia spoke indifferently. "If I'm not wrong, then all the members of the Ghost Sect and Flower Palace are dead, right? I'm really curious. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anyone within the Southern Territory who has sent experts to assist you. Oh, right. I presume those that have come to help you aren't profounders from the Southern Territory. This little girl by your side isn't a profounder from the Southern Territory, right? Besides that," suddenly, Yuanjia's expression changed, and then his face gradually turned gloomy. A slight smile appeared on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth when he witnessed this scene, and he said, "Looks like you've noticed." A short while later, Yuanjia raised his head to gaze at Yang Yi. At this moment, there was no indifference and calmness on his face anymore, and there was only gloominess and a trace of ferocity. He said, "Good. Very good. All 100+ disciples from my origin school are dead. Looks like your help isn't bad. But I'm very curious, who exactly would actually dare to kill disciples of my origin school? How audacious." Just a moment ago, Head received a distress call via transmission talisman from those disciples, and then he swept his divine sense over. Yet he noticed that all of them had been annihilated at the moment that distress call was sent out. The origin school? Is it that great? It was a Nanjing who spoke these words. "It isn't even a 5th-rank sect. I really don't know what you're so proud of. Is it really because the ignorant are without fear? Who are you?" Yuanjia's gaze descended onto a Nanjing while his eyes flickered with ghastly killing intent. A Nanjing didn't even spare him a glance. She gazed at Yang Yi instead and said, "If you still refuse to give the command to them, then I'll make a move against him." Yang Yi rubbed his nose. This woman is truly mad for battle. She even dares to try fighting a 5th-rank Exalt Realm Profounder. But why do I feel like fighting him as well? Even though he wanted to, Yang Yi didn't choose to do so in the end, because he didn't want to waste time right now. Leave his corpse intact. This fellow in front of him was an Exalt Realm expert, and it would be absolutely superb if he could refine Yuanjia into a sword servant. Just thinking about a 5th-rank Exalt Realm sword servant made Yang Yi feel excited. Yuanjia started laughing from extreme rage upon hearing Yang Yi. "Leave my corpse intact? What high-sounding sentiments!" Yuanjia was just about to attack, yet his expression suddenly changed, and then he didn't hesitate to flash and vanish from the spot. Bang! Yuanjia had just left when the ground beneath him had collapsed to reveal an enormous bottomless pit. A middle-aged man was floating above the pit and was looking coldly at Yuanjia. This caused Yuanjia's expression to change again because it was actually an Exalt Realm expert. At this very moment, an unexpected event occurred again. A black-clothed woman suddenly appeared behind Yuanjia, and then a cold glow flashed towards his neck. Another Exalt Realm expert. Yuanjia's pupils constricted. The space around him warped with a spin of his palm, and then Yuanjia immediately vanished on the spot and appeared around 20 m away. He was just about to heave a sigh of relief when a strand of cold light suddenly flashed again. Yuanjia was horrified. He forcefully bent his figure, yet it was still a bit too late, causing his right arm to be instantly sliced off before fresh blood sprayed. Another Exalt Realm expert. At this moment, Yuanjia was shocked to the extreme, and he didn't have any intent to continue fighting. His figure flashed as he executed a spatial technique that allowed him to directly flash over 300 m away. He intended to flee. Since Yang Yi possesses so many Exalt Realm experts on his side, he has definitely obtained the help of some power. I must take this information back to the sect and allow the sect to take precautions in advance. When he thought up to this point, the profound energy within Yuanjia's body surged violently. He was about to tear through space and execute a spatial technique again. However, right at this moment, 3 middle-aged men suddenly appeared in front of him. One of them shook his head and spoke with a gaze filled with disdain. This is the so-called expert Hood, once seized the once position in the Southern Territories Ascension rankings? The 5th rank of the Exalt Realm? You are just trash who can't even compare to a 2nd-rank Exalt Realm Profounder from the Central Territory. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped his palm forward. The space around Yuanjia warped violently before the palm directly passed through space and pressed down onto his chest. Yuanjia's eyes instantly opened wide while he crashed down from midair, and his corpse fell into the ground. Qing and Hong grunted coldly when they saw Yuanjia perish. After all, they were so close to getting those 150 top-grade energy stones. The two of them glanced coldly at the middle-aged man who killed Yuanjia, and then their figures vanished on the spot. Yang Yi recognized the middle-aged man. He was an elder of a Nanjing's clan, and Jinyan, and he was a 5th-rank Exalt Realm expert as well. His strength could be said to be in the top 3 amongst all the Exalt Realm Profounders. Hood, come here this time. Yang Yi didn't say a single unnecessary thing. He just waved his right hand, and then 150 top-grade energy stones flew over towards Jinyan while the others gazed at this scene with envy. Jinyan immediately revealed a slight smile when he saw Yang Yi act in such a straightforward manner, and his impression of Yang Yi became much better. The others were the same. All of them had come here for the sake of top-grade energy stones. So, it couldn't be any better when Yang Yi was so direct, because they could work together smoothly. Actually, some of them had aroused selfish motives and had the intention to rob Yang Yi, but it only remained a thought to them. Why? Because there were 2 forces here, and they were utterly unable to join forces and unite as one. So, whichever side that acted against Yang Yi was very likely to incur the revenge of Yang Yi and the other side. Moreover, their future patriarch, and Nanjing, seemed to have a very good relationship with Yang Yi. So, they naturally didn't dare to disregard Nanjing's opinion. In a similar fashion, Yang Yi seemed to have a good relationship with Madame An, so they were extremely apprehensive because of that. Thus, both sides had no choice but to cooperate with Yang Yi. Actually, Yang Yi had thought of the possibility of being robbed when he allowed them to come over here. However, had still allowed it because he really did need assistance. Moreover, while his strength was inferior to them, it didn't mean that he didn't have any trump cards. After all, he still had a sword spirit and the white dragon residing within him. So long as he threw caution to the wind, then it wasn't impossible for him to kill all of them. Fortunately, their cooperation had been pleasant until now, and there had been no unpleasant incidents. Yang Yi walked into the deep pit, glanced at Yuanjia's corpse, and then nodded with satisfaction. Jinyan had controlled his strength perfectly, and had only shattered Yuanjia's internal organs to obliterate Yuanjia's vitality while Yuanzhi's corpse hadn't suffered any material damage. In other words, it could be crafted into a sword servant. Yang Yi waved his right hand, kept Yuanzhi's corpse within the ancient sheath, and asked the sword spirit to start preparing the corpse. After that, he leaped out of the deep pit, took a light breath, and then waved his hand. "Come, let's enter the Grand Myriad Mountains," Hong suddenly said from behind him. The Grand Myriad Mountains prohibits the unauthorized entrance of humans. Will probably infuriate the Beast Emperor by entering rashly. They didn't dare underestimate the Grand Myriad Mountains because there was a monarch-ranked dark beast residing there. Yang Yi smiled and said, "It's fine, let's head in. I just happen to have something to discuss with the Beast Emperor." As he spoke, Yang Yi's figure flashed towards the distance. Hong and the others hesitated for a moment before they hurriedly followed him. The Sword Sect. At this moment, all the disciples of the Sword Sect were gathered at the enormous training grounds within the sect. Taoist Zue's white-robed figure was standing in midair while facing the wind, and the azure sword was hanging from his waist. The gazes of all the Sword Sect's disciples were on Taoist Zue, and their gazes carried excitement, worry, anxiety, and so on and so forth. Because today was the day when Taoist Zue would try to overcome the Heaven Path. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.